So I think we live. Yeah, I think we're live. So today, actually, I don't think that today just I don't know if I'll get people today because I don't have any guest. And I was trying to set it up, but I don't know what is the issue. I'm supposed to have usually the software that I use to connect. Usually the software that I use to connect on to connect my camera. I usually use my phone camera, so I had upgraded it. So I thought it will be able to send better quality of video, but I see that's not working. So I don't know why. Yeah, but I see that we only have one person. So today I don't have anybody who we are going to talk with anything. But yeah, if you want to join in, you can feel free. I'll be able to share the link, and you can feel free to join in and say anything. But I hope you guys are doing good and you're having an awesome day and everything's going well where you are. Yeah, so I'd not invited any guest today that we can be able to do with. I think next Friday is when I'll have somebody. But yeah, I said let's just free roll and see what happens. So I was supposed to have better quality today in terms of video. Had changed some things, but I see still the same. I don't know why it is refusing to do some updates. Yeah, but yeah, I'll try to upgrade and see. But let me. I hope I'll be able to get people. Usually on Friday, people are out having fun. But yeah, I see I only have two people, and I hope I'm audible on your end. And yeah, that's the link in case you want to join in case you want to say something. Like today, we I don't have anybody, but I'm pretty sure some people will turn up and say some amazing things. But I mean, I don't have like a guest who we had planned to do it today. I just wanted us to free roll and see what goes. Where's the dynamic duo lol ID and ID? I can get ID, but I'm not sure if Lloyd will be willing to do something with ID on the show. If you remember last time, if you were around last time when we had the last show, ID walked away. I mean Lloyd walked away. But ID said that he's okay, but I don't know if he's today. He said that he wants to do calculations first and show that Lloyd is wrong. But I think I'll be able to get him next time. I'll try and see, but yeah, it's possible. It's possible. The only issue that I know is maybe Lloyd might not be willing to come in. He does. He said he doesn't like to argue with ID. But so, according to you, PR Dusa, you really want like us to do ID versus Lloyd. You want us to bring them together, right? Right now, I think Lloyd might be sleeping. Where he is right now, it is about 2 p.m., 2 a.m. at night. But if you really want to have ID and Lloyd, yeah, confirm for me. Then I'll try to get them maybe next week. I can try to convince them. I wish there was a way that I can be able to post a poll. I don't know how you do a poll. How do you do a poll? We say ID versus this. Then you see how many people are interested in having ID and Lloyd together on the show. Yeah. But today I just want to know maybe what is in your mind. What do you think? But I try to convince Lloyd. ID I know he will be willing. ID I know you'll be willing, but Lloyd I don't know. You read my reply to you. You mean the reply that I saw on Lloyd's channel, the reply that you replied on my comment on Lloyd's channel. Yes, I saw it. I tried to ask ID, but he did not answer. I'd email him about. I don't know if he answered, but I'd email him to ask him if he can be able, if he's willing, we do today. But he did not answer. So but I try and see if I can get them both next week. Today, like it was just suddenly. Usually, you have to maybe to prepare somebody in advance so that they prepare what they want to come and talk about, and for the two they want to argue. So each person has to prepare in advance. I try to get them next week, and I try to convince them. I don't know if they will accept, but I'll try. I'll try my best and see, and I'll let you know by next week if it works or not, if it will be possible or not. If it's possible, I will post it in advance by Thursday or Wednesday about ID and ID and Lloyd doing a show together. But I hope they agree. I hope they agree and they don't refuse. The only things I know, and also there was Josiah. If you remember Josiah, Josiah wanted to come back and present his paper afresh to people. No, what I said on the video about scientists using AI. No, I did not see that one. Let me look for it. You mean on my video or on Lloyd's video? On my video or on Lloyd's video? Let me look for it. Tell me first before I can be able to check it now. But yeah, it will be interesting. I want to see. Yeah, I want to see. But what I know is ID is very against using AI to come up with books, while Lloyd is okay with, and also we had 14 Supersonic is okay with. It says depends with how you understand AI, and you can be able to get good results from it. But ID believes that when you use AI to do research, especially for books, you may get wrong results. Let me see. Mine that I posted about ID suppressing free energy, scientist create bio free energy, inventor explains why he's still mine. You mean on the live stream that we did about? I am down to legitimate show. What do you think should be the topic? I don't know, man. I don't know. Even today, I don't know what the topic should be. But um, if you're down, I don't know if Lloyd will agree, but I can try to convince him. We plan maybe next week, or what do you think? But today, if you want to come in today for the show, we can say ID with withheld identity explains himself in regards to Lloyd Stovall's. How can we put it? You can suggest ID. But today, you interested in coming in today? I'd sent you an email. Uh, I want to check a comment. There's a comment that Pierre Rodusa saying that he left on one of my videos. Did I reply you, Pierre Rodusa? Should scientists use ChatGPT? Let me see. So some of the videos are, but I think I'll hide them later. I'll be posting the videos on the other channel. Should scientists, if they want lol, I see it. I get it, I deal, but that's the problem. There are two camps of people, one that studies and the thinker. You're saying that you're always ready. I know to, what about this one? Pierre Odus is saying that you talk about your experiments. You want to come in and change the title of the stream? I get it. I've seen your comment, Pierre Odus. You're saying that there are two camps of people, one that study and those that tinker. It's not always, and if you're just joining in, of course, you can like, even if you want to live, just like the stream and go. It helps to suggest to other people. Even if you want to live just like the stream and go. So let me read these comments. But and that's the thing. It's not always those that studied that have the moment. Like I said, the thing with AI, people are finding solutions to problems just by asking the right questions. I'm not defending either camp, nor is it my position or desire. Just remember, everything is impossible until it isn't. Laws have always been refined when something new challenges their limit. I believe there's a solution out there that may or may not have been discovered in the history of mankind. As wrong in scientific thought as the grifters may be, I don't know anyone that's actually just trying. So you're saying that you don't knock down anyone who's trying to use AI to think or to come up with a experiment or any idea, or anybody using AI to come up with a research or anything. You believe that some people use AI and they are able to find solutions. I think that's what I understand from your video. That's what I understand from your video. Experiments. You want to ID if you're interested, yeah. Pierre Odus is saying that you can come in and talk about your experiments. Yeah, with that one you can just say withheld identity or identity withheld shows talks about some of his experiments. I don't know if how you'll be able to talk about them when you don't want people to know who you are. And I see we have 14 supersonic. Are we talking about AI today? No, that was the comment. I was reading one of the comment that Pierre Producer left on the other live that we did, and Pierre Producer was saying that he's not on any side, but he believes that some people are using AI to come up with solutions. Like you can use it for research and come up with solutions. And I think, according to him, people should not be against those who use it to come up with solutions. But ID had an issue with scientists relying on AI for such things. I think that's the issue that ID had. I think ID believes that scientists should do research the old way, how people are doing some time back. And thanks for T Supersonic for being around. ID, if you want to come in, man, feel free. We can talk about your experiments or anything. Or you want us to talk about the Pope? I did. You want us to talk about the Pope? Come on, Chris, bring CL on. You mean CL disappeared? CL nowadays it doesn't come around. I see his comment, but it doesn't show up. I don't know what happened to him. But CL has a lot of ideas in his mind. Or should for this supersonic? Should we change the title to "How do you use AI"? How do you use AI today? But let's see if ID can be able to join in, like he said. Or he did not say that he's going to join. He said that he's ready anytime. I did say that he's ready anytime. But Pierre Producer was asking for a video that we do ID and Lloyd, and I said that one I have to ask Lloyd first. And I'm sure maybe he might accept or might refuse. It might take some time for me to organize something like that. I mean, it won't take time. It just depends with Lloyd. I know Lloyd won't be into it, but I'll try to convince him. If you have the tools, you should. If you have the tools, you should use them. They always are not worth relying on. So for this supersonic is talking about using AI. You say for T Supersonic to hit the panel and talk about AI. For T Supersonic said that he won't come on unless I'm using I'm using that other streaming software. What is the name of the streaming software? Unless I'm using forgetting the name. I'm not near my PC right now, hanging out with the kid. I'm chatting in the background. Oh, I see. I see, no problem. It is 5 p.m. on your side. It's 5 p.m. on your side, I think. It should be 5 p.m. or so. It's still too early, but it's okay. So, ID, you are saying that you're okay if we get Lloyd. You're okay to have this discussion with him, but not today. If we manage to convince him, maybe on I don't know when I can convince him. Maybe next week. I try to talk to him and see if I'll be able to convince him. If I can, you're saying that you're okay and you can do it. AI needs to be proven. It's 4:20 p.m. are still early, man. I see it's still early. I think the thing that people have with AI when you use AI for research is, the things that people talk about hallucination and I'll yes, hallucinations. And sometimes they say that you can be able to convince AI to say the truth even if it's wrong. That's the thing that I know most people have with AI. It can lie and it can lie, or you can convince it to lie. So most people have an issue with that. But you guys, I know for Supersonic and Lloyd say that they're using the paid versions, which is much better and it doesn't do those hallucinations. For Supersonic validations, the answer is key. That's what most people have an issue with. They believe that the answers it gives are wrong. I might get on for a moment, but I'm eating right now. Feel free for Supersonic. You want me to reshare the link again? Feel free. We can talk about AI for a bit. No problem. No problem. Let me change the title of the stream. Feel free for T Supersonic. No problem, no problem. Let me change to should scientists use AI for research? AI for research is AI for research acceptable? Yeah, if you're just joining in, I see that we only have like 6 people. Feel free to join in. And we are waiting for T Supersonic to join in. He says that he believes AI should be used for research. And also, if you feel like you want to join in before 40 Supersonic comes in, let me share this link. And earlier on, I was saying that for the Pierre Odus is saying that AI can do whatever thing you want it to do, and Scamchan is saying that, but AI is improving. I don't know if you guys have seen. I don't know if you guys have seen Grok. Grok, that one is for X. I don't know if you guys have seen. It's called text to card. Text to card, where instead of drawing things like how we used to draw it, and you go and 3D print it, you can just give it information with text that I want you to draw this, extrude, do this, then it does that, and you go ahead to do what you want. I think as much as AI has a lot of problem and a lot of issues, it is a very important tool for a lot of people. It can help you a lot. For Gorilla, I told you to make a pic of a black kid and show me. That's crazy. I wish did screenshot like that one. But I think AI is Grok is for X. I mean, that one belongs to Elon Musk. And you see, Elon Musk and Trump, they have an issue with South Africans. So maybe you're right. But sometimes the people who make the programs, the people who put it together, are the ones who have issues. I mean, people behind the scenes. We say, is AI worth it today for research? Is AI worthy today for research? There is also MCP servers. This is a very powerful tool with AI. Not all AI is the same. That's the thing. Not all AI is the same. I'm trying to look for a better title now that for T Supersonic say that we can talk about AI for a bit. What can we title? Should I say do you use paid version? Do you use paid version of AI or do you use AI? Have you ever used Do you use AI? Have you ever used AI? Do you use the paid version? So I see we have 6 people. Even if you're about to leave, just hit the like button, then you go. You're waiting for this supersonic say that he's having lunch, then he comes on. I think dinner. Then he comes on and we talk about anything. Or if you have any suggestion, you can also drop it down. So I'm thinking about what title to put it up now. Because for this supersonic thing that we talk about AI. When we say is AI worth it in 2024, Suno has different versions for their music AI. Yes, Suno has different versions. There's the latest version actually does good music, and you can be able to remaster your music after you're done with it. I saw the one that you are done on your channel, and it sounds good. I hear that if you use the paid version is much better. I think for $2,000, or I say, have you used any AI tool for $20? Any AI tool. I wish I could change also the image, but I don't have images. Have you used any AI tool? You say Udio is the best for music. Are you sure? Most people are using Suno. I know so many people are using Suno, and some people are using Suno and making money actually. I know of a guy in my country, but now in my country, I think some people are unable to tell between AI and AI music and real music. So there's this guy who uses AI music in my country, and he did a song, a gospel song on it, and it was massive, like massive. Then he went on and do like a video. A video is instead doing a video like he is singing along, but he made a lot of money from it. And the video I think has more than like 10 million views or so. And he has made a lot of money and continued doing more music on the same. Although no one has called him for any interview or anything or any show, but I think he gets money on doing ads and also selling maybe advertisement for some companies. So you saying you use Udio? I've not used Udio before. And Udio, is it? Do you pay for it again, or it's more like Suno? Because I know Suno there's free versions. You're given 50. Is it 50 credits per day? But if you pay for it, then it's much better. And right now with Suno, their latest model, you can only do with it a few number of songs. Then once you're done, you go to I think version 3.5 or something. Until if you pay is when they give you the best model. The best model sounds better a little bit, and if you upload your song, I've seen a case where I uploaded like something I'd sung on the background, a beat I'd made on the background, and I tried to add how you can I tried to add like some lyrics and all that, and it sounds nice. I think people can use AI for, especially when for musicians. I think you can use it for composition of melodies. I don't know what you guys think about it, because I've been giving it some of the beats that I usually have made. I used to make. They don't sound good, but when you put it there and you just put in some lyrics, although it only now for the free version it only cuts like 60 seconds of your, you trim 60 seconds of your beat, and then now it sings on it. Like the way it composes the melodies, some of them, some other melodies, they sound so much better. I think it can be used for music composition, not composition, but that's music, melodies composition. It has free and paid versions too. I think you can do more with free version in audio than Suno, I see, because Suno is limited. Pierrodis is saying that the same. What do you mean the same? You mean the two are the same? Pierrodusa, you mean by the same? You mean, or you mean that you've been using it for composition as well? But I think for composition, it's much better, much better, much better, much better. So I'm trying to see. I was trying to see if I can access it. The singing of those sack. Yeah, the singing is actually not good. Higher quality, more editing, upload a sample, etc. Yeah, when you upload a sample, actually, I think in composition, when you upload a sample, it can really do a lot in terms of composition. And I feel like musicians who have a problem with repeating the same melody, there are some musicians who have an issue with repeating the same melody. They can be able to use such tools to come up with very like amazing songs, because you put in your, maybe your producer's given you an instrumental, then you sing a little on it. You can give it the direction that you want it to go, and you put in, and Suno will make it much better. I don't know about Udio. If Udio can do the same thing as well. But the singing sucks. Then once you get the singing or the melody, how the melody goes, now you can go back to the studio and you sing that melody. I think that way you can really kill it. Although now I had an issue that when once you make that song on Suno, that they have a copyright of the same. I don't know. There's something I was seeing where somebody was asking who has a copyright of such material. Like say you're putting in your own lyrics on a free version, you're putting your own lyrics and your beat, your instrumental, then Suno improves on it and it generates a better melody that is very catchy. Because as soon as you can tell it to make it catchy, you can tell it the type of genre that you want, and it makes it very catchy. Now you download it and you go to a studio and you sing. You improve the beat to be like how Suno has made it, and also the melody, and you sing. Now, like, who holds the copyright for such material? Is it Suno or is it you? Like, who holds the copyright for such material? You're saying that you will disagree in terms of singing. Singing sucks. Singing sucks. Pierre do so. Singing of the AI model sucks, and we can just tell from far that this is AI. Unless if the audio that you guys are talking about is much better. But I know singing of those models, it sucks. Like you listen to it and you feel like, this doesn't sound good at all. That one I'm 100% sure. Unless if you and unless if you and you and for this Supersonic are running different models. But I know singing sucks. So I see that we have about 7 people. If you just join in, feel free to like. So you're saying that Suno owns it until you upgrade it. So if you're using the free version, it means the song belongs to Suno. So if you go ahead and sing on it and you make a lot of money, Suno they can come and sue you. I think that's the issue with also AI. But how do they own it when maybe I'm the one who wrote the lyrics? Because using Suno lyrics sometimes doesn't make sense. Say I'm the one who wrote the lyrics, I'm the one who gave it the beat. It just improved on it. Like, doesn't is it fair for them to own it? Yeah, yeah, this is correct. Instrumentals are much better than vocals right now. That's correct. It's better to use it for generating instrumentals than for the vocals. You're saying Suno is much better to me. Have you used both for Scamchan? Because for me, I've only used Suno. The audio that the 40 Supersonic and the Pierre Producer are talking about, I haven't used them. But I've tried out Suno. It's much better. I know it's better. There's another one that I saw on my advert a few days ago. I don't know if it was audio or what. Mm, the, in the advert, they were saying that it's much better in terms of using your in terms of like uploading your instrumentals or uploading your vocals of something you sing and they improve on it. I tried to remember, I'd clicked on it, but now they wanted me to register and the option to use my personal vocals or my own instrumental, it was paid version, so I clicked away. But for teens, Scamchan is saying that Suno wins. I think Suno wins, but I haven't used Udio. I'll try Udio later on after this. Play that, Chris. You saying I play what? Udio sucks. Have you used Udio? Your live stop. Have you used Udio? Even the covers for the music hours. So you have used Udio. I'll try to see it. Producer, you're saying that I play what? Or you're saying that I play Suno right now? There's a bit that I usually use for my videos, which I made with Suno. Suno. I've made a few with Suno. There's another one that I made. It was pretty cool. I say this one I'll go sing, but that one was using my beat. Let me look for it and see if I can play it. But now you guys will not understand. It was my local language. Let me see if I have it. I'll say this one. If one day I get courage, I go to studio and record it, or I can use my microphone here. I don't know where I saved it. Let me try to find it in a minute. Suno. I think I have a folder called Suno somewhere where I usually put Suno related stuff. But it doesn't let me look for it. CapCut 2025. Let me look for it. So if you're just joining in, feel free to give the stream a like so that it can recommend us to more people. Today we don't have a lot of people, so also I realized on Friday you don't get a lot of people. I think the day that you get a lot of people on is on Wednesday. And last week, so Sunday was also good. But on the channel, from how I usually see, from channel how I usually see what is the name, analytics. Most people don't watch the content on Sundays. Like on weekends, I don't get a lot of what. On weekends, I usually don't get a lot of views. I've used both audio and overall it's better than Suno, but producer Scamchan seems to agree. No, 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 I don't see any link. Have you shared a link? You want me to play something? Have you shared a link? I think somebody said that for me to see a link, unless let me know if you're trying to share a link, then I can make you. Somebody say that for somebody to share a link, you have to make them to be moderator. Let me know if you're trying to share a link, then I will, I'll do so and add you. CapCut, who is this? I want to add this one. Share the link, then I'll see it. I mean, let me know. Like you want to, let me know if you want to add the link. Then I will have to make you a moderator. But I can see that a number of people are coming in and leaving. I think most people are used to when we have guests on the show. And also there are some who have an issue with me, but they say that they don't like it when I bring on what's the name of the guy? You say that you want to share a link. Okay, let me add you. Let me let me see if I can make you a moderator. If you're just joining in, feel free to like the stream. Give it a like before you go. Channel activity, others moderator. I think you're good to go. You can share now, and I'll see it. I was saying that let me play this one. I think, but Suno sounds awful, man. I mean, when they sing, they sound awful. But this one, I'd put my own lyrics. Then I did put my own instrumental. But Suno made some little improvement to the instrumental. Then I did put my own what? Yeah, a lot of things of my own. 32 second creation. Okay, okay, okay. Is it a song of yours? Close, close, close. Is it a song of yours? Producer, let me see. Let me play it before I play what I wanted to play. Producer and deserved create play. I see. Let me see how to share that screen. Then I'm going to play it in a second. If you're just joining in, I want to play a song that producer sang that he made with audio. So let me see how I can be able to share the screen. And I see that we have 9 people. The number of people are increasing. Feel free to add screen. Feel free to give the video a like, the stream that is. I want to share a screen of producer, and that's why I'm like looking at things here and there. I think I need to position in future. I need to. What did I do now? What did I do now? Yeah, like I was saying, so the question that you're having today, if you're just joining in, have you ever used AI before to do anything? Have you used it maybe to write a song? Have you used it to do research at school or anything? Yeah, feel free to share what you think in the chat section. And as of now, I want to play a song that Pierre Producer said he made with an AI app. It's called Audio. So add it to screen, and this one, yeah, let's see how it sounds. Then I go here and I play.
I didn't earn it. I didn't deserve it. Merit set me free.
So I hope it's audible.
I didn't earn it.
So my opinion, I think is right. So no, this one is audio. Audio sounds much better. It sounds better compared to Suno. No way you can disagree with that, Scamchan. If that's audio. It sounds better. It sounds realistic. It sounds realistic. But I think if I listen to it on headphones is when I can be able to tell if there's some. Usually there's some difference when you compare it to the normal ones. But I think it sounds better compared to Suno. It sounds better because Suno, like anybody listening to it, it's very easy to tell if it's AI music or not. But this one, I see it sounds much better. And you're saying it is audio. Man, I'll give it a try. And then I don't know what you think about what Scamchan is saying. Scamchan is saying that Suno gives more credits compared to audio. You mean the free version or the paid version? Can you maybe tell me more about the same? Do you mean the free version or the paid version? Yeah, that singing is legit, man. I feel like it sounds real as anything can be. It sounds so real. It sounds real. You're sharing something. Let me see. So no, you want me to play that one? But I hope the artistry is going away. ID. If you listen to that song from Piero Dusa on Suno, it was audio. I'm pretty sure it sounds amazing. And I have a question for you, the person who shared Piero Dusa. Is it the free version or that was the paid version? Because it sounds so real, man. Even we have David is saying that it sounds so real. David is from Malawi. David from Malawi, man. Thanks a lot for coming around. And David, feel free to hit a like. I mean, it sounds so real. Let's play Suno and we see. We compare it with Suno. Let me see how to. Let me play it one more time before I play the Suno one. You see the difference. But I think it sounds so real. Let me play it again.
I didn't deserve it. Merit set me free. He gave his life for me so I could serve her.
Okay, okay. Let me see how I can play the one from Suno. Let's be honest, artistry died with FL Studio. But with FL Studio, that's more about music composition in terms of beats and instrumentals. But still, to give you control, you can put in plugins and people add in the natural sounds like guitar and all that. But let me go to play this other one. So if you're just coming in, feel free to hit the like button. When you hit the like button, it recommends us to more people. And today we're just free flowing. Although we are talking about the topic of AI, whether you've used it before or not, and some people are sharing what they've created with AI. And David Chumi is saying that he really likes the code progression, and I agree, like it sounds realistic. The beta version 4.4 version they took away from Suno seems much realistic. Yeah, this one is more realistic with Suno the 4.0, but the 3.5 is not really that amazing. And let me try to play yours before I come back to reply people. And let me do this. So if you're just joining in, I want to play something from what Scamchana shared. He did this with AI, and it just shows how AI has advanced so far. The name of the song is called Reaper. Reaper Night, Reaper Night, Reaper Night. And it is on your screen. So let me do this. Or let me just play it. Because this one doesn't have lyrics. So let me just play it. Is it just instrumentals? I think it's just instrumental. Come Chan, but these are just instrumental because we should love lyrics. Good music. And not your style. It seems like with heavy metal. Let me see the genre. With heavy metal, loud drums, whistle, rock music, etc. Oh, so that's Kamchan's type of music, and it's dark. Yeah, yeah, that's true. It says dark synthwave. For me, when I heard it, I thought it was heavy metal, but I see it's heavy metal is guitar, right? I see it's called loud drums, synthwave, and dark gothic with terror. I did saying that that's not his style. I think that's a style for a few, but yeah, it sounds nice. And like you said, Suno is better when it comes to generating the instrumentals. But if you add in people singing, it sounds off. It doesn't sound as good as Udio. And Pierre is saying that Udio, his song on Udio, it was free version, not a paid version. So my question is, do you get like credits like how you do with Suno, or how does it go? Do you get credits like free credits every day? Because with Suno, you're given free credits every day that you can use to play around, and it also gives an option to remaster your song. Yeah, Suno gives longer songs. Suno can give you up to 3 minutes on the free version, and then it gives you one option for remastered. There is a song that I did which I remastered, and it was, I think, one. Say you do all kinds, but which one do you like the most? It looks like you like the synthverse or the heavy. It was called heavy metal. No, no, they say it's called synthwave. It's called synthwave. So you like the synthwave genre? Synthwave. But yeah, it just shows how AI is progressing, and with the creation of videos, the video tool also. In terms of music, I feel like you can use AI for composition of music. Say you create a beat with instrumental with Suno, and then the same instrumental you try to use both Suno and Udio to try and making the best lyrics, and also to try and advance your melody. You can try various types of like varieties in terms of the melody, and also to improve your chorus. Then, if you know how to sing now, you meet with your producer and you work on it. I think people that way can create better songs, because again, I know that people don't like it when they hear AI sound. Even for me, when I create video with AI, it usually has a very low, how do you call it, low watch time. I mean, the engagement is usually very low, and some people will say they don't like AI sounds compared to natural sounds. So there's that kind of thing. People don't like AI related tools, and it has to do with how people feel like AI is coming to take away their jobs. That's one thing. David, are you still around? If David, you're still around, have you used AI before? Is there any tool that you use of AI in your country? I know you guys, you're from. You said David. You said you're from. I'm forgetting the name. You said you're from Malawi. Like in Malawi, have you tried to use any AI to that side? Welcome for this Supersonic. Today for this Supersonic, join man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm into minimal lyric content. Also, you prefer it to have very, like in terms of lyrics, very few. For this Supersonic, welcome, welcome, man. I wish,
Hello, can you hear me?
yeah, yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Oh,
You hear
okay.
me? You hear as well, yeah?
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now. I was trying to um set up my computer so that if I have to get on the stream through my computer, I could do it that way too. Cuz I have a problem with YouTube on
Phone.
Google Chrome.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah.
YouTube just won't work. Yeah. Like the site works, but like the video doesn't work at all. But like everything else is fine. It's just YouTube for some reason. I think maybe it's because I use a VPN, but I turned the VPN off and
Oh,
it still did the same thing. So I don't know. But I'm on my phone for now.
so it's the phone which has those issues, but your laptop is okay. Your PC.
Uh my computer is like, well, I have the stream up now, but it's just like not on Chrome. So like I have it on both actually. But I'm on my phone at the moment.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
but you're sounding okay. Yeah, you don't have issues. No, no, like no those delays and like what we had last time. I think last time you
Mm,
tried it with Lloyd's. I think it was his phone. There's a way whenever we are talking with him, it has those like when I speak, it is as if I'm repeating myself. Echoes, yeah.
oh yeah, yeah, but it's fine now. Like I don't think there's any problem right now.
Yeah, yours is very okay. No echo at all.
Mm.
So for Pierre Producer shared another song which he did with Udio. You say that you also use Udio. Let me try to see if I can play it. You say that you also use Udio.
Yeah, yeah, I used Udio when it first came out. Um, I was like, mm, I think around this time last year, maybe a little bit before then. And for like the first month or so, it was completely free.
Yeah.
So like you had like unlimited generations, and for when it first came out, the quality was really good. Like it was already better than everything else out there, but um over like the next couple months after that, like some of the other stuff caught up, like Suno and some of the other music generation services. I forget it's like another one that I'm trying to think of, but I can't remember. And then there's a couple that you can actually run on your own computer, but they're not quite as good as Udio and Suno. But yeah, it's I think it's better overall. Like I don't think Suno is bad, but if you compare like apples to apples, Udio is
Yeah.
just better. Yeah. Um but it's getting to the point where you can kind of hardly tell the difference because like the quality is so good. It's just the vocals do still need some work. I think the instrumental parts are still better, but um you can, if you know what you're looking for, you can kind of hear where the AI generated sort of parts are, like the you get the artifacts where it's like there's something missing in the sound or it's sort of like choppy or whatever, but it's improving. So
Yeah, yeah. I think. I think when it comes to instrumentals, because for a long time, right, we have been using uh, apps like FL Studio uh,
Yeah, yeah,
and all that. We in of which they are just generating. It's more like electronic instruments, not the organic instruments. So that's
yeah.
why instrumentals sound much like they sound just normal.
Normal. Yeah, we've had a lot of time to refine that stuff. It's like it's no different than using those programs, like you said, because all they're doing is sort of like all they're doing is emulating the actual sounds and turning them from a analog input to a digital
Yeah,
output.
and
Yeah.
it makes me think like such a program makes it easier for, say, for producers. If you can be able to generate now something like that and it's catchy, then now you bring it back and you do something like how they do sampling on it, and you improve on it, you make it maybe sound better or sound like you.
Yeah, yeah, how you actually want for it to sound. Udio, when it first came out, it was mainly just generations. So you could Suno is similar, I believe, too. But
Yeah,
I think Udio has like a couple features that Suno doesn't. But you would be able to generate by like segments, like 30 seconds, a minute,
mm,
something like that, and then you could keep branching, or you could combine the next iteration of what you want the track to get to. And sometimes it would work well, and sometimes it doesn't, so you keep having to generate and change your prompt until you get to what you actually want. But
yeah,
now they have the option. I don't know when they added this because I haven't actually used Udio in a while, but I did use it again maybe like a few months ago to see like how different it was compared to when I first used it. And they added support for being able to take like stems, and then you could take that and port it into other programs like you were saying, and you
yeah,
could change it and maybe make it more to how you originally wanted it to sound. And I think it's kind of like what it's the power of AI, how you could start from essentially almost nothing, or you have an idea, and
yeah,
then you can use the AI to sort of just um, sort of give you a rough draft of how you want, but it's like the whole, like maybe not the whole thing, but a good portion of the rough draft. And you can start from like maybe 50% instead of, nothing, how you would have if you didn't even know like how to compose instruments, or how to um, how to sing even, because some people don't have like a whole studio where they could get all of these things and put them together. So it kind of enables more people who have like an idea that they want to do, and they
yeah,
can kind of just get it out of their head and you know put it
yeah.
out.
Yeah, I think it will help a lot with music composition
Yeah.
if you can use it as a tool. Like the issue is, most of us right now, you just go need to generate a song, then you post it or you share it. But if you can use it as a tool, like in composition, music composition, melody, instrumental. But the only issue that I see with it is it will kill that sort of like artistry, or like for now it's using a library of all the music it has, all the music developed, which in a way it prevents or it stops evolution of music. You see how people sometimes you come up with a different sound, a new sound.
Mm,
Now if we all rely on AI a lot, it will get to a point where we are just using like the older music versions which AI is generating for you, but that originality of just coming up with something new, I think it will fade with time, because
mm,
people will go on use it for the because of how simple it is.
Yeah,
Before you say
I
a
hear
comment, yeah,
I hear a lot of people say this about AI in general. To an extent, I could kind of see what people are saying because it's almost like, for example, with like music, how we're talking about right now. It's
yeah,
almost no different though, because sometimes you can hear like these days how a lot of genres sound like the same now. Like even if it's different artists, like you could easily say that, you know, some of the music we have these days can tend to sound generic even without AI. So it's almost no different. But I think there's also the other side where I, new genres will maybe come up, and new types of things that you couldn't even do before without AI with music. Like for example, you know how you can kind of just tell it how you want. Like you have maybe a certain style of music that you like,
yeah,
but you know no one's gonna just be able to spit out like stuff that's completely catered to your particular style. But with an AI, you know, it would know all of your preferences and how you like to hear, like, you know, a certain guitar riff this way, or a type of vocal track that you prefer over maybe another style. And like how you said, it does kind of combine all these previous uh, songs and sounds that it had to train on. But a lot of people don't account is that AI is getting to the point now to where it can actually
think on it.
create new stuff that wasn't there before.
Uh,
Yeah. So currently, how you're saying, we really relied on like training using data that's already out there. But because we are starting to like run out of stuff that doesn't exist, because you can only train on so much information that's on the internet. Um,
uh,
but we're getting also new information in the internet every day. So it's not like, I don't think we'll ever run out like 100%, but we are at the point now to where we have to use synthetic data. So we kind of have to create our own data to make up for the information that isn't out there, that the model hasn't trained on. And at some point, the AIs will be able to, and they already kind of have shown this ability to do it now,
yeah,
with some models, but they could just use all that information they have and come up with completely new novel stuff that hasn't been seen before. And yeah, that's going to be a very powerful thing. Like the way I use AI is I use a bunch of different models and platforms. Like I'm not just using one. I
uh,
use Chat GPT, which is what most people sort of think about when they think of AI.
yeah,
I use that. I haven't used Claude in a while, but I used to use that a lot, like maybe a few months ago. But I used to use that. I use Gemini. I use Google Gemini, which is probably the best next to Chat GPT. I feel
yeah.
like they
Gemini.
kind of go back and forth between which one's better now, because for a while Google's models actually weren't that good compared to everyone else. Like ChatGPT was stomping them every time they release a new model. Google's models tend to hallucinate more. They tend to have like so many restrictions where they put out like weird responses that made no sense. Like if you asked, like, what did a a soldier in World War II Germany look like, and it would give you like a completely weird result that you wouldn't expect, like a Native American or something.
Yeah,
But it doesn't do that anymore. Almost none of these models do that now. That was like something that was very common maybe a year ago, but now not really. Hallucinations aren't really gone completely, but for the most part, I think if you want a accurate answer, it gives it back to you maybe like 95% of the time. So I think in terms of inaccuracies, it's like maybe around like 5%, 8%, something like that.
Mm, I see.
Yeah. So
Let
you
me.
usually get, yeah.
I was saying I played this one song that Pierre producer sent this song. He did with what is the name? Udio.
Studio. Yeah.
Yeah, let me play it. Then we go on. You listen to it. He says it sounds better than the other one. Um,
In the stillness of the night, I feel your touch, guiding me softly. It's never too much. With every breath, I hear your name, a melody that sets my soul aflame. When the shadows try to dim my light, your voice calls me to new heights. 'Cause I will fly over mountains, through the valleys and over plains. As I listen to the words that you speak, you give me wings to soar over my enemies. Shut up and fly. Shut up and fly. Higher and higher and higher. I'm going higher. Shut up and fly. Shut up and fly. And higher. In the quiet, I hear you call. Your love lifts me even when I fall. Strength in your whispers, hope in your gaze. You light my path through darkest days, and I will glide through every storm. Oh, yeah. Wrapped in your grace, safe and warm. 'Cause I will fly over mountains, through the valleys and all over plains. As I listen, the words that you speak, you give me wings to soar over my enemies. Shut up and fly. Shut up and fly. I'm going higher and higher and higher. Shut up and fly. Shut up and fly. I'm going higher and higher and higher.
I think that one you can be able to catch it as AI or it's too
Yeah.
realistic.
I think the other one was probably a little bit better.
Yeah, the
'Cause
first one. Yeah,
you can kind of hear that the vocals, like the resolution of the voice, is kind of low or something. If you know what I mean.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that one you can, if you listen to it, you can hear it doesn't sound human like, but it like the composition, the melody, and all that, and how they sing, how the AI song. Let me not say how they sing to make it sound like people, but how the AI composes the song, it sounds nice.
Yeah, it's good.
I think audio, yeah, maybe audio is much better. The other thing I'd seen with AI is it can, like when you talk about music composition right now, you can, yeah, that's generated singing. You're saying that you're unable to see the difference, Kamchan. Anyways, like you can do different genres. You can tell it to do A and B, and it brings it together and makes it easier, which is something
Mm.
very difficult right now. If you went to a producer and you told him, "I want music that sounds like this
Like
genre," yeah,
exactly, yeah. 'Cause that's the one thing that AI is really good at is pattern matching. And I don't really hear some people mention that a lot because a lot of people think that AI is kind of just guessing or predicting, which to an extent is kind of true. It is true, but it's not the whole picture that's going on. especially not now with some of the newer models. But it's like if you break down almost anything you could think of, like any industry or any domain, you could basically break it down to a core set of patterns. And if you could do that, then the AI could basically replicate that. Now, how well it would actually be able to replicate that, it just depends on the training, the data it has,
Yeah,
the actual model's understanding of that particular domain, because a lot of these models are trained on general information. You know, sometimes you might have a model that's fine tuned to do something specifically well,
yeah,
but a lot of the models, like for example, like ChatGPT and Gemini, and whatever else out there, they're more general. They're meant to do anything you ask for it to. It's meant to be generalized. So I think that's it's like if you have a particular thing you want to do
yeah,
and you want it to do that one thing really well, it's best to fine tune that model. Now, if you want to fine tune a model, there's like a couple different ways you could do it. But for me, I have a decent computer. Actually, I have a couple computers that could do some stuff for me, but I don't necessarily have like enough compute power to make my own models myself. So I tend to just run whatever is out there by default, and I use other things like um, RAG, or they call it retrieval augmented generation. It's basically like, how when you give like one of these models a file, like a document or an image or something, and it
yeah,
could you could do something with that based on, that's what RAG is basically. Uh, it's like a file attachment system kind of. And there's a little more to it than that, but yeah, it allows you to give the model more information than what it has actually inside. Yeah, I use that pretty much all the time because when I'm using AI, I use it for like almost everything. So I tend to try to think of ways that I could use AI to improve what I do already, but do it better. So how like some people kind of say, back to when you were saying earlier, how like when the AI gets so good to where people will just use it by default and they'll rely on it so much without even really thinking, and it'll make everything seem like the same, or people will just get lazier.
yeah,
And I don't use it like that. But I think a lot of people kind of want AI to be like this. Um, what do they call it? It's like a one stop solution that's like that instantly gives you the answer that you want right away. But I don't think even when like AI gets really good, I don't think it'll ever get to that point where, sure, it'll maybe be able to do like a lot of things. Like for example, if you want like a TV series or something, and you just ask it in one prompt, and it would be able to like give you that perfect episode every time for that series that it made, especially for you. But
yeah,
I don't think it'll ever get to a point where it'll be like where you would 100% be able to rely on it without using some kind of critical thinking. Because even now, like if you think about how we use computers now, we have all these different programs and applications, but it doesn't stop you from, you still need to know how to think through a problem and solve it yourself, if you know what I'm talking about. So
yeah, I know.
yeah. And the way I use it is, I think I use it in more advanced ways than what most people do, because I'm working on like a bunch of different things. Like I'm working on some robotic stuff. I think I mentioned that like, a while
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm
You
working
have a
on an
ro-
X. Hey,
you
go
have a
ahead.
robot. You have a robot of your own that you've made.
No, 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 no. Not made, but I'm working on making an exoskeleton. Yeah.
Uh,
So right now I'm sort of in the I'm in the process of making my own artificial muscles that will
yeah,
drive the skeleton. and I'm making some progress on that. My goal is to use materials and resources that you could easily find like off the shelf or in household, and you can make it yourself pretty easily. But right now there's like some chemistry involved, and a lot of the components that I make I have to make myself using like 3D printing. Because I have my own 3D printer. I just got it like a few months ago actually. um yeah, a lot of my stuff is custom made right now. But yeah, I'm working on that, and I'm also working on designing the frame. So like the lower part and the upper part of the body. But right now, I'm mostly just focused on the lower part. Um, and I do have something, a unique aspect to it that I have not seen in any other exoskeleton. Uh, I would explain more about it right now, but I want to like kind of just save that for later, because I'm going to open source everything at some point once I get everything to a state to where I can actually use it myself. Then I'm going to actually open source everything and tell people how to replicate it so they can do whatever they want with it, or they can change it and add stuff on. But yeah, I do that, and really when I'm doing that project, I'm actually thinking of different ways that I can different materials that I can use,
Yeah,
different ways to design
yeah,
the actual structure of the exoskeleton. Like for example, I didn't even realize this until like maybe a couple months ago. But with some of these newer models that can actually think now,
yeah,
so back to when I was saying how people think that models just predict and stuff like that. At the base level, that's sort of what some of the models do. Like for example, with ChatGPT and the other ones, they're what you would typically call transformer models. Those are the ones that people typically think of, like the LLMs. But then you have other types, like you have diffusion models, which are like stable diffusion, mid journey, the type
yeah,
of models that generate images and things like that, video and such. But with the transformer models, they're the ones that are typically like just predicting the next token, essentially. Um, but over time, we've stacked on more functionality to the models to where they can think over a longer period of time. Because usually, when a model is trying to figure out its response,
yeah,
it's doing something called inference, which is what it's doing when it's sort of, it's not really thinking, but it kind of is thinking, because what a LLM essentially is, it's mimicking the neural pathways of the brain. That's why they're called neural networks. And what they've done now is they've essentially stacked on another component called test time training, so it can do more of that for a longer period of time. And if you've used any of the newer models, um, you can try this with, well, with ChatGPT, the way they do their thinking models is a little different. You can't actually see what the model is thinking on there. You can see a somewhat of a representation, but it's not actually what it's doing. But
yeah,
in Google Gemini, you can actually see when you put your prompt in, it'll say thinking. If you open up that drop down dialog, you'll see everything that it's sort of thinking about while it's during the inference and the model. And then you get the actual response, like the answer, whether it's like code or whatever you want it to put out. And really, what this is doing to these models is allowing it to reason more advanced problems to get to more accurate solutions. And it's doing this thing called Monte Carlo tree search, which is basically, it's like a path prediction system. It's also called A star, I think. There's A star and then there's Q star, which is what I think ChatGPT calls their models. But A star is essentially, it's like a search system where it's always looking for the best uh, path to get to the actual solution. So it tries something, and if it didn't get that result right, then it goes back, it tries something different, and then it keeps doing that until it gets to what it thinks is the best solution. And then that's when you actually get your response. So the models, they're not just predicting anymore. They're actually doing a lot more than that. And what's crazy is now this allows these models to do like actual simulations, sort of, like all sorts of crazy things. I don't know if you've seen or used, like, what's the latest model that you've used?
On Chat GPT, I do use Chat GPT, but for
Do you know
me,
what
I
you
think I
know
use
which model?
I use let me confirm. I can confirm in a minute. And also DeepSeek.
DeepSeek R1.
DeepSeek is around, yeah.
The model name DeepSeek R1, because there's different models too. They have like DeepSeek R1, DeepSeek V3. The new one's
Deep
supposed to come out soon.
DeepSeek DeepSeek I use around. On Chat GPT I use I think it's three. Is it three or
03.
four? I use the
So they
free
have
version.
the free. Well, the free version also has multiple models that you can use, and they all are best at certain things. You have like O3, which is their best model that has thinking capability. Then they have O4, which is slightly um less quality than O3, but it also has thinking. It's just faster. And
So
then yeah, go ahead.
for you, it's like you run them locally on your laptop or on your machine.
I do both sometimes. So because right now where we are with the technology,
Yeah.
the and I think it's kind of always going to be like this to an extent, but it's going to keep getting better. But I use mostly the cloud hosted stuff, so like Chat GPT and all the other ones. But when I need something that either can't be done in the
Yeah.
platforms because they don't have that feature, but it's available open source or whatever, or if it's too expensive, I'll do it locally. So, for example, I run something called, I use a few different, uh, what do you call it? I use a few different applications that I run on my computer that I usually alternate between depending on what I need to use. So I use one called Pinocchio, which is like um it's like a marketplace, but it specializes in AI applications. So certain things like if you want to download a program that's specially designed to generate images or video, they have different apps for that. If you want to do something that's mainly just for generating like voices or sounds, they have applications for that. And if you want something that's for like LLMs to generate like text and code and stuff like that, they have different applications for that. And they also have agents as well, which is, we can get into that a little bit later, but agents is something that's also very, very powerful that not many people are using yet, but you you really should be because you can do some crazy things now. But I use that, and I use something called browser use, which is like a web search agent,
Yeah.
and you can tell it to like just go and do some trivial task for you, like go and search for this product, and then put it in your card and buy it, or you can even have it go and do research for you. And I know ChatGPT has deep research, and the other services has it too, where you could just, if you have like a very complex task that you wanted to do research for you on, So, for
Yeah.
example, let's say I don't know, you're trying to look for some type of material that you want to use to 3D print something, right? But you're not sure which one does has this characteristic that's best for whatever you're trying to print. So you could give it a series of requirements and parameters that you want for it to look for you to get the best result. And then it will go off and do this search over a period of time. Sometimes it could be 2 minutes, uh, 30 minutes, 10 minutes. It just depends on the complexity of the task. And then it'll go and look through like hundreds of different sources and then come back with the compilation of all this information. And sometimes it could output like pages of text. Like I've seen some people say that they've used it and they get like almost like professional reports, like 15-page long report style um, outputs back. And you can do so much more with that. But I sometimes use that for stuff like that as well. And then I also use Open Web UI, which is it's sort of the best way I can explain it. It's like a local version of ChatGPT, kind of. So it has the same web interface that you're used to with ChatGPT. It even looks very similar to it. It has the text field, and if you have any local models stored in your computer, you can use those. And you can even run multiple models at the same time. So you could you could give it a prompt and you could have one model output one response and then the other model output another response, and you can use the best of both worlds of whatever model is particularly best at and sort of get a better output from that. But you can also give it knowledge. You can have, like, let's say you have an entire project folder with different documents and images or whatever information you need to give it to those models. You could just put it all in there with no storage limit. Some of these platforms have storage limits since they can only store so much information in the cloud. But if you have the storage on your computer, you could put that all in there. And there's a lot more that you could do on there too. Like it also has the voice mode. It's not as good as ChatGPT's yet, but you
Yeah.
have that. Um, but it's basically like a an open source local version of ChatGPT. And if I was to go into what you could do with it, it would probably be all day. But that's a good example of that. And what else do I use? Um, I use a bunch of like other sort of just ambiguous applications. Like whenever there's something that I can't use online or it's too expensive, then I download it because I have a pretty decent GPU that can run a lot of these things. So it's just why not? But right now, I think it's best if you sort of just use the online services if you need the power. And then if there's something specific that the online services can't do or that it's not necessarily good for your use case, then you go offline. I think that's how I would say you should do it. But you know, I don't know, have you ever ran anything locally on your own computer?
No, no, mine can't.
Oh,
It will die. It will die. It will die. It will
it'll
crash.
die. Yeah. You definitely
But
you need a GPU.
yeah, 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 I've been planning to see if I don't know if I can be able to build one or I'll have to buy. But I see buying locally is a little bit.
Yeah, right now it's not a good time because the prices are way too crazy.
Uh,
The prices are even here in America. It's if you see what the GPU market is like,
yeah,
they're releasing graphics cards that are like that they shouldn't be, and they're super overpriced too. Like if you know anything about like the VRAM and the GPUs and stuff like that, when it comes to AI, VRAM is very important. If anything,
Uh,
it's like the most important thing of the GPU when it comes to running any type of AI workloads. And they're still releasing GPUs that have 8 gigs of VRAM. When some people were saying that that was like outdated, maybe like a few years ago, and they're releasing 8 gigs of VRAM and GPUs that are like $400 or $500 when like maybe 5 years ago you could find one of very similar performance level for like $300. So like the whole market is out of whack. And then the more VRAM you need, the price like almost triples or like doubles and triples. Like if you look at the some of the best GPUs that you could get right now, I would say are probably 16. They have like 16 gigs of VRAM up to like 24.
but
Those are like
six,
the best.
but
Or
16 is expensive.
yeah, yeah, and I know. And really your only option when you're running AI on your computer is Nvidia. Because AMD, even though you can do some things on AMD,
Yeah.
their stuff it's hit and miss. You're not always going to get the same performance that you get with Nvidia. But with Nvidia, they sort of monopolize that part of the market because they have a proprietary ownership of CUDA architecture, which is one reason why AI models are so good on Nvidia cards compared to others. But they have like a wide range of options of GPUs that you could get. It's just that the price is too high. And then with Nvidia, they really only put the higher VRAM counts on their more expensive graphics cards. So if you want 16 gigs of VRAM, you're looking at maybe $500 to $700. And then if you want even more than that, you're looking at close to $900 plus. Yeah.
Nine, that is 900. Like that is if I go for like the latest graphic card, which is so the RTX 5090. But then we have ID around. That is
Oh,
if I go for the latest like 5090 or even the even 30 or even 3090 can 3070 can do. I
I
mean
have a 3070 right now. It can do a lot still, even with 8 gigs of VRAM. But really, even I've been looking to upgrade because I do a lot of stuff with AI on my computer. So yeah, I need more VRAM too. And I've actually been thinking of adding a second GPU onto my computer, so running two at the
yeah.
same time. Because when you're running a lot of these AI applications, they can actually stack and combine the VRAM together. And so you don't have to. That's how some of these servers actually work. But they do it in mass, so they have tons of GPUs. But it's actually so bad now that I don't know if you've seen, but some of these like Chinese factories, they've
Mm,
actually been modding older graphics cards. So what they would do is they would take something like a 2080 Ti, which is still all right. Actually, a 2080 Ti is very similar to a 3070 in terms of
yeah.
power, but it only has, I think, 12 gigs of VRAM. So what they've been doing is they've actually been adding more VRAM onto it. So they would take the 12 gigs and they would make it 24. Or I think some GPUs with a little bit more have like 32 gigs of VRAM. And you can actually end up paying a little less than what it would be if you bought something like a 5090 or a 5080 or something. And what's good about that is that you don't have to so much break the bank just to get a little bit more performance for running AI. Because sometimes people aren't using their graphics cards for gaming, right? I happen to use it
Mm.
for both, but sometimes you just want to buy it to do this specific thing, and you have to pay like twice or three times as much just because of that. So yeah, the prices are crazy, and I don't think I'd want to spend like 2,000 on a graphics card unless it was actually making me money at that point, like really quick returns or something.
Yeah, I think 2000 is a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And I think that's one thing about the industry that actually needs to improve, because a lot of people, especially in like professional industries, don't use AI as much, even though they might want to, but they don't use it because there's some security issues. Because there's been instances where the models would unintentionally just verbatim give information out, like sensitive information from other companies, just from some random interaction on like some completely unrelated user to that company, and it would just give out the information. Now, I haven't really heard of anything like that happening recently, but
Yeah,
it does happen. It's possible. And especially with stuff like jailbreaking, you can easily get it to tell you what you want for it to tell you. But as far as like the actual hardware to run some of this stuff locally, it's not quite there yet to be as good as the stuff that you can just get online. That's the one downside about local. But I think maybe in like a year or two, I think we'll have models that are as good as the best models now that you could run on your own machine. I just think that the whole hardware issue that we're having right now doesn't help, because I've been saying that we need to have, instead of them relying on GPUs
hmm.
for AI stuff, they need to make a different type of card that's specifically designed for accelerating AI tasks. And that's the only thing that we don't really have yet, because it's so expensive to put all that stuff into one graphics card when they can split it up, and then they can give people the option to, if they want a graphics card for gaming or other stuff, they can get that. And then if they want to add on top of that an AI card or an AI whatever they'll end up calling it, then you can add that on and buy that separately. But I think there's a whole reason why they probably don't do that, because they make so much money off of the AI market right now. They don't even, Nvidia used to mainly just be a gaming company, but because of AI over the past few years, they've completely pivoted. So they're more like an AI company now.
Yeah, right now they are the ones who are the lead when it comes to AI. There's a time even the CEO was saying that even if their competitors offer their chips at a low price, they still make like they even if their competitor give you their chips for free, that they still like, I think you're saying that they still make a loss or something because Nvidia has like a lot, like you're talking about CUDA, like they've built a lot of systems around their AI that it offers a lot of value for money. That's what you were saying. Unlike
Yeah, yeah,
competitors who don't have any supporting infrastructure, like they can give you the chip, but they are unable to give you the software and all that which comes with it. The producer saying that new gaming console adding AI chips. Saying that new gaming consoles are adding AI chips. I think like this year, anything that's going to come out, it will be pro AI. Even within
yeah,
laptops, everything.
yeah. It's already kind of like that. If they have what you call the tensor cores,
Yeah.
which I think pretty much all GPUs have this at this point, it can do AI. Now, whether it has the memory or not, that's a different story.
Eh,
Yeah,
let me bring in ID for a second. I think ID is around. ID, welcome, man. I know you want to roast Lloyd, but I'd not asked him about if he can join or not. But I think maybe we can plan with him on Friday. What do you think, ID? I can try to ask him on Friday. I don't know if
Can you hear
you're.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my mic was up. Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying I don't know if you're okay with if I ask him for you, I know you are ready. I think they should
Yeah, yeah,
be.
I'm always ready. I don't need to Google anything, bro.
I think they
Hey, I
should
had a
be.
question though. I didn't want to interrupt you guys talking about AI, but I had a question about AI as
Yeah.
far as the local, like its ability to like, once you get a certain version, it can only go up to a certain date. So I'm assuming there's versions that actually can go out real time and go to the internet. Am I correct in that? Like
Yeah,
and get like up
kind.
to date information.
Yeah, yeah. You can add stuff on and you can give it information with RAG, or you can get it to go search the internet. Yeah.
Okay, because I know some of the sometimes I see on certain versions it'll say as of a certain date. Like that's the cap. Anything beyond that, it doesn't include.
Yeah, because right now the models they still rely on training. So you at some point you have to stop training it.
I
Yeah.
think I think if you have it locally, you can train it with your own data if you have it as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, you could do that too. You could fine tune it.
Say,
Yeah.
say,
But
say like for you, maybe say like for you, ID you work in a specific area and you have a lot of data in that area. So if you run it locally, you can try to train it on your data and make it to be more specific in what you do.
they're
But now
actually
see,
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. Oh, yeah, there are some models. It's more of like a proof of concept. There isn't really any big models that uses this yet, but there are a couple that I've heard of that can actually train themselves.
oh,
But yeah, but it's not a full production thing yet, but I think we might see something like that within a couple years or so, where the models won't have to necessarily rely on being pre-trained as much. They can just train themselves based on new information that they get over time.
like new information or extrapolation of the current data.
No, like actual new information. So right now, you know
It means
how.
it will have to scrap like that on the internet. Or how does it
Mhm.
get new information or when you
So
input?
okay, so you know how these models have different parameter types, right? So you have some of that are like very small, like 3 billion. And then you have like the really big ones like Chat GPT that have hundreds of billions of parameters.
Yeah.
So what this model does is it essentially takes the information that it gets, whether it's from uh, interactions in the chat, so user prompts, um, information from RAG, like data files or whatever you give it, and then
Mm.
information it might pull from the internet. And it takes that information and it sort of compiles it and reconfigures its own parameters to most efficiently give out the best response the next time you prompt it, or the next time it needs to do something. So that's how it works. But there aren't really that many models that could do this yet. There's only like a couple that I've read about.
See, that's interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like this stuff is advancing really fast. I even heard earlier today I was just watching a video on a new technique that they've come up with, very similar to what how I was talking about earlier, the test time training, the thinking ability. Um, Also this what they call it, training time scaling, which is the same thing as it being able to train itself. And then there's a new thing that's coming about from some recent research called sleep time scaling, where essentially the models they're like sort of like in a temporary state. So they don't actually do anything unless they're being prompted or they're being called, because there's some autonomous systems like agentic systems that can allow the model to keep doing things on its own, but eventually at some point it will stop. It'll have to stop doing that. But what this does is when it's in a state where it's not actively being used by anything,
Yeah.
it will. use that time to store the information that it already has. So the next time you prompt it, let's say you have a question that you asked it before, but you want to ask it again to make sure you get the answer back, like you remembered it correctly or whatever. Instead of it having to go back and infer the information a second time or a third time or whatever, or having to go through all that time thinking, because sometimes these models can think for like minutes at a time, when sometimes you know what the answer is, so you just want it back at that moment because it already should know it. It'll be able to just give you that answer without having to go through all those steps all over again. And it's supposed to help it be more efficient and make it so that it has something that's closer to like a memory, like what we have. 'Cause some of these systems, they don't really have memory like what we like typically think memory is. Because you
Mhm.
know the models have a context window, so they have a certain amount of data that they could sort of call back upon to throughout the entire chat or prompt or whatever the data is that you're trying to use the model to interact with. And after it gets over that context window, it tends to hallucinate more. It forgets what you told it, or it just won't be able to do certain things. But the context window has been getting bigger over time. Like the standard, I remember when I first used ChatGPT, which is like a few years ago. I think it was GPT 3.5 Turbo, and that had a context window of like 4,000. And at the time, I mean, that's really small. You could only do like maybe a handful of prompts, and then it would just forget like basic stuff you tell it. And at the time, I mean, these models, they weren't even that good at programming back then either, in math and stuff like that. But they
Mhm.
were good enough. They were good at certain things like correcting, you know, a paragraph in a paper or something. But yeah, that was really small. You couldn't do much with it. And then within like a couple months when they released 4, um they doubled it. So it went up to 8,000. At the time I was like, "Oh man, this is so much. Like you could do like so much more," but it really wasn't. Like you could give it a couple like documents here and there to like help you with things, but it wasn't that much. But now we have models that are like 128,000, which is like the standard now, but I think that's going to change real soon. And Google Gemini goes up to like a million. And on top of that, with Google Gemini, you can like generalize between like video data, audio data as well. So it's not just text input or images anymore. But yeah, the context window is like a huge limitation. Even with like a million context, and before they actually had a 2 million context window, but they removed it for some reason. They claim they're going to add it back soon, so you'll have even more context. But you're always going to run out of context because let's say you have something that's constantly evolving, you're always getting more information, right? So you're not going to just be able to like keep giving it that information without it forgetting eventually.
Yeah.
So there's ways that we've gotten around this to sort of give the models something like a memory. Like ChatGPT actually has the ability now to remember all of your previous chats and remember certain things that you explicitly tell it to remember. They just added this like a couple weeks ago, and I tested it and it does work. Memory has been around for like a year, maybe a year and a half. So
I
it's
think
been around.
it's for paid versions.
No, it's actually for the free version. The
Oh,
so I think there's two types of memory that they have. So there's the chat recall, like I was telling you, and they have the basic memory, where if you're on the free version, you can actually use the basic memory where let's say you wanted to remember that you need to buy like some groceries, like some specific groceries tomorrow or whatever. You
yeah.
We'll tell it what you want to remember, and then it'll remember that. And then you ask it the next day, it's like, oh, what were the things that I said I needed? And then it will tell you exactly verbatim because you told it what you wanted to remember. So it put that away. But now I think in the paid version and plus, I think the new chat memorization feature where it can actually remember like your maybe I don't think it's the entire chat, but it's certain context of the chats. And I've tested it a bit and it does work. So for example, I've used O3 quite a bit for like the past couple weeks since it's been out. And it's actually a really surprisingly good model. Like I was surprised how well it did because for a while before that came out, I was using Gemini 2.5 Pro,
Mhm.
and they're very similar in terms of performance. Like if you go back and forth between the two, you could barely tell the difference because that's how good they both are. But when I used O3, it did something that Gemini didn't do because I'm actually working on another project on top of the robotics project that I'm doing, and I'm building an application for VR devices. Right now it's VR. I'm thinking of maybe expanding it to other devices in the future. But it's a VR application where you can essentially have a server running on your machine and you can talk to your AI model or whatever application you're running from your headset to your server that you're running,
Yeah.
and it would be able to use the pass through camera that's on the headset to allow the model to see what you're seeing in real time. And let's say you're working on some kind of DIY project. So, for example, let's say I'm working on a 3D model and I have a print out. I have a prototype print that I printed, but it didn't come out quite the way I wanted it to. And I want to improve something about it, like the structure or certain dimensions, and I could show it what I'm looking at, and I can ask it, okay, here's what it is, but it's not really performing this way, or it's bending wrong this way, and it's breaking when it shouldn't be breaking like this. Do you have any ideas on how we could improve the structure of this? So, what it could do is it could output you from the server, it'll send over to the headset like some type of image or even maybe a 3D model that it would output in your field of view in that physical space. And you would be able to interact with it. And it would show you, okay, maybe it should look like this. And here's the dimensions of it. And you can talk back and forth and iterate on stuff like that, sort of in real time, like a CAD program, but like a next generation CAD program, kind of like you've seen the Iron Man movies, right?
Yes.
Yeah, those scenes when Tony Stark is like, he's talking to his AI and he's working with the holograms and he's like prototyping like his next suit design or whatever, and he's like interacting with the model shapes and it's like in a holographic form, sort of. It's kind of like
Yeah.
that, but for a VR headset, sort of. But I'm working on something like that, and I'm using AI to actually help not only help me build it using agents, but basically it's AI building like an AI platform essentially. But yeah, there's all sorts of like unique ways that you can
So
use
so
this.
when it comes to, if you try to bring in ID in, when it comes to now doing research with it, like how Lloyd was doing, do you believe maybe you will get more better results when you do it locally, or still if he runs it but a paid version the results are better? And before you answer, there's this song which Pierre Scamchan had shared. He wants me to play it, and let me play it for a minute as you answer. There's a video which he did today. I don't know if you think that is a paid version or it was a free version. We said that he uploaded the video to ChatGPT, then the video listened and it gave its answer. I don't know if you've seen
Wait,
it
so
or
we're
not.
using ChatGPT for reviews now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's what you're saying. But before you come in, let me play Scam Chance Wizard song. You listen to it, you see. I think it's still an instrument or what. Let me play. But I see Scam Chan has a certain taste of music. I see it's version 4, version 3.5. Scam Chan, you seem to have a certain. You're saying that you're confused. Yeah, this is still the same thing, the second
I
part, but it sounds different.
I've used Udio to. I haven't actually used Suno to generate music myself, but I've heard comparisons between both of the platforms, and I've made a few different types of genres myself. I've made like orchestral, like cinematic style, and
Yeah.
then I've also made like electronic style, sort of like this. But I can already tell you right off the back that I think it took me maybe a good 20 minutes, an hour to get like exactly what I wanted. And then I actually eventually came back a year later and changed some things a little bit, but Udio still sounds better overall.
Then
Yeah.
Suno.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Let's come to ID. ID, you're saying that you're using to do reviews. Yeah, I think what he was doing. Have you seen the video for this Supersonic? The video that ID is talking about.
I don't recall a video of that nature.
Which one?
No, I'm asking for this Supersonic if you've seen the video of Lloyd's Tover where he tries to explain to ID. I mean, he tries to explain what ID is
Oh,
criticizing
his
him,
his last video?
and he uses AI.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was
ID,
hilarious. He
have you
ran
seen it
straight
for
to
this
Chat
Supersonic?
GPT. I did watch it. I don't know if Supersonic saw it. He probably did if he subbed.
For this
Wait,
Supersonic,
which one?
the last video
Lloyd
that
Lloyd's last video.
he posted today.
Oh, I haven't seen that one yet.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it includes Chat GPT.
Yeah, I know he uses ChatGPT.
Well, apparently he listens to everything I say and throw it at Chat GPT, and then reports the response from Chat GPT. which is
Yeah.
kind of the reason why I'm like as I said earlier, Chris. That's my issue. Like I know ChatGPT is going to be part of the future. It is what it is, but
Yeah.
it also opens up Pandora's box of I'm sure you guys heard of the term Dunning Kruger effect, where you think you know a little bit about a lot of things, and then come to find out you don't know much. But because you have the backing of something like ChatGPT, you assume that you have that knowledge, but you really don't. And then you walk into spaces as if you do. And this is why academia it's an issue. This is why in professional institutions it's an issue because yeah, of course, security. I think Supersonic said that one. Security could be an issue, but also too, it just like the music. It's interesting because it removes you if you depend on it so heavily. I understand to use it for tasks. I'm okay, using it for tasks. But to be the creator, then
Yeah, for
what
the
am like? What am I listening to you for? Then you're not bringing anything. That's
for
my issue with it.
for the music, you are saying that you can use it for music composition. Let's say like how we usually generate instrumentals right now. People don't play guitars and all that. You have guitars already as a plugin already. You
Mhm.
have every instrument is already as a plugin. You just play around with it and you come up with something. So it's the same thing with what AI is doing. Just instead of now you pressing, it's the AI which is now pressing the codes and doing the course progression. But now when it comes to maybe singing and creating lyrics, now that's a different area where we were saying that we can make it to be in such a way that a person or a musicians, you come up with your own lyrics, then you put in AI, it can generate like 4 or 5 or 6 different types of melodies. Then you look at it and see which one works best or people will love best. Then you go in studio and you sing it with your own touch, all that. I think it's the same thing with now.
Well, I think we're getting to the point where people are going to start using it as the source. Because if it can sing, it probably can sing better than the average person. If it can rap, it could probably rap better than the average person. Like over time, it's only going to get better. That's
Yeah,
as it learns.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And the thing is now you can even put in your voice and it sings with your voice.
You're going to
Actually,
have a better version of you.
yes, actually Suno can do that. You can put in your voice and it sings with your voice. So yeah, but that's the future that we're going to, and it makes it easier. Think of it like
Mhm.
you're making like, I don't know, 10 or so or 100 songs in a day within a few hours, just
Again,
as a few prompts.
I'm championing the idea of using it to save time. I'm okay with that side of it. It's the um what's the word I want to use? The arrogance that some people come with it. Like, wait
Mm,
a minute, you don't know what you're saying. And this is not just about Lloyd. We don't have to go with Lloyd. Just in general, if anybody's talking about the spaces like music, I guarantee you someone who actually plays the instrument is going to say there's something off about it, probably. Because they just know the music. They know but can ChatGPT or any of these AI tools replicate? Yeah, it can replicate. But at some point, like is are we going to be flooded with all AI music and AI generated internet content and AI generated? Is that what we're headed towards? Like there's no stopping it at this point. I don't even know how you even wrangle it in. It's going to grow to be what it's going to be. My fear is in my space and the tech space. I
yeah.
think that separation is going to happen between the ones who know how to use AI and the ones who know when not to. Because there are times where you should not depend on the chat GBT or any AI tool as the end all be all answer. That's the danger. Most people don't know. They think it's one if it says it, then it's true. No, not necessarily. You got to know
Yeah.
where it's pulling its information from. You don't know
Yeah.
unless you dig deep into that. But how many people are doing that really? Like, unless you really want to find the answer to your question, or you're trying to find an answer because ChatGPT will cater to how you're asking it. It will cater to how you're asking it or what you're asking it to do. It's very subtle in how it gives you what you want. Like, I'm probably Supersonic knows what I'm trying to say here, but that to me is the downside of it. You're gonna have too many people walking into spaces they shouldn't, and that's science. I can only speak for science and just the industry of that. Like, just and as a parallel, when I was in college, this was the same scenario when Google started showing up as resources for some term papers and thesis defenses in college. The universities were like, no, 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 that's the internet. You can't just trust it just because it came from the internet. That's just an article. We need peer reviewed articles. We need something that's been vetted by people who actually know the science. We need that as a resource, not a Google search. And at this point, it's a Chat GPT search. So, so yeah, so it's going to be a while before we kind of settle down with something. But
Yeah, I I I agree to an extent, but I think there's always like that that counter argument where you could say, if you look at it from both extreme examples, right? You're obviously going to have people that overly rely on AI, right? And then you're going to have
shout
people
out to
that just
Lloyd.
won't use it all. Um, that just don't use it at all because, or one reason or another, they think it's uh, not accurate enough, or they think it's not human enough, or something like that. But then you always have the middle ground where you have people who, sort of like what you're saying, where you have people who know how to use it and the people who know when they need to use their own, step back and use their own critical thinking to use the AI to help solve the problem, kind of. And I think sort of that's where the argument sort of diverges a little bit, because I feel like people are still seeing AI as like um sort of that antagonist where it's it's there to sort of stop like a current like paradigm that's going on right now, and that it has really almost no other benefits. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but you have a lot of people that are kind of thinking like that's what AI is, but they're not seeing how it's no different than your phone or the internet or a car or something like the printing press. um it's just a tool that might take an evolved form of how we used to do certain things, but spins it on its head and makes it better in others. um because there's some things that people can't do that even without AI, computers have always been able to do better than us. Like, for example, uh computers can process information billions of times faster than we can. I mean, if you try to calculate some advanced mathematical theorem in your head, y- most people can't do that. It would, and if anything, it would take them minutes, maybe hours to try to figure out the answer. A computer could spit that answer out in probably a minute, you know, maybe even less than that. And that's one thing that computers have always been good at, and a person will just never be able to beat that. Now, obviously, we could beat it in other ways, of course. But up until now, computers didn't really have actual intelligence like we do. But now we're starting to cross that line where it's almost like we're sort of making a synthetic species, kind of, if you think about it. We're heading to that point. Um, but it's yeah, I think there will be some people who over rely on it, but I just think that it shouldn't stop the progression of, and I don't think it will, but it shouldn't
no,
stop the
it never will
progression of,
stop. It's not
yeah,
stopping at
yeah.
all.
I mean, it shouldn't stop people from learning about it, learning how to use it, using it themselves. Because I still, you still don't know how many people don't really know what AI can do. Like even some of the more advanced and experienced people, because the field is advancing like so fast. It's like exponentially increasing. And some people were saying like a while back, like months ago, that even that rate of increase is increasing, so the acceleration is exponentially increasing too. And like stuff is changing so fast because it's like at a point where you get one model 1 week, right? And then the next model is like someone else releases a model that's like two times better at this. That happened with like DeepSeek R1 when that came out a few months back, and some other things. So things are moving so fast that like no one person can really keep up with it. And
Yeah.
even before, it was kind of like the field has always been a ambiguous kind of thing where no one is really fully understanding how the technology is working, because a lot of these models are basically black boxes. You can't just reach in and see exactly what it's doing, but you can kind of infer based on your input and your output. But it's still
But
with, yeah, go ahead.
here's the kind of the like the parallel, not parallel, but actually doubling down with what you just said, and kind of reiterate what I said earlier of AI does not remove your responsibility to learn.
Yeah, yeah.
Does not. And some people don't know this. Like you can tell the ones who don't realize. As an example, like you said, yes, it can compute mathematics and all that other stuff like lightning speed. What's the integral of x squared dx? Oh, x cubed over 3 plus some constant. I know that because I've done the math. But if it gives me x to the fourth plus 4, how will I know if that's wrong? I would need to know what the answer is, or at least what it should be, or close to it, in order to identify whether or not AI gave me the right answer. And odds are it should give you the right answer for that's a simple one. But the fact that I need to know when to deviate, like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. How do you get that without learning? You can't. You
I'd
still have to
argue.
learn.
I agree. I agree. You should always be learning. Like I pretty much, when I was still in school, I remember my instructor. He was saying how I'm kind of like a lifelong learner, because I'm always learning all sorts of stuff, even when I'm not actively working on anything. I'm just an inquisitive type person. I just always want to know about stuff. But you should always be learning about things. But um what was I
I
saying? Oh
think
yeah. But
I think what
I'd
I think what idea was saying is more like you need to use AI in your field or in your area of studies where you know if it gives you a certain reply, like you have more knowledge in that sector, in that field,
oh
not
yeah,
doing
yeah, yeah.
something that's out of your boundary where you're not sure, where you just have to trust everything it says because you don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. But I was gonna say I have a counter argument to that where you don't always necessarily need to know exactly everything or some things about a problem to be able to solve it. For example, let's say you have a car, right? And
Mm,
your car breaks down. And okay, so you're not a mechanic, right? You're just like an average user, and you're trying to get somewhere to work or something. Your car breaks down, and from that moment, you hear maybe some weird sounds, or you know you hear something burst, and maybe it's your tire that goes out, right? Um, or maybe you get some sound from the engine that signifies that it's some kind of problem under the hood that you might need to look at, even though you might not know exactly what's going on. Um, but there's ways that you can sort of derive your answer based on using your observational skills and critical thinking to arrive at the correct answer, even if you didn't really know how to completely get there by like maybe like some standard process, but you
Yeah.
got there from some other technique, right? That maybe you
The-
came up with on the fly, but it worked, right? And so let's say if you didn't know how to diagnose the problem completely, right? You didn't know if it was an oil leak, you didn't know how to change the tire out, right? So what do? You call a mechanic or something. You call someone who actually does know how to do that to get the problem solved. So like I was saying, how maybe if you can't solve it yourself, there's always going to be someone or something else, like a tool or something that can help you solve that problem.
you see,
So
yeah,
it's more of a
like uh,
nuance.
like I think people have an issue with AI right now because when it first came, it has a lot of issues and giving wrong answers. And usually, if you take a calculator, like right now, you use the traditional calculator, you might not be able to know the answer of maybe like let's say you're doing a multiplication of a very big value or any calculation on it. You don't know the answer, but you've learned to trust it because you know that every time it gives you the correct answer. So I think with AI we have not yet gotten to a point where you know that it is giving you the correct answer every time. And
Yeah.
so it means if it's not, you're not doing it within your field, like you might use it wrongly and believe that it's giving you something right, but in reality maybe it's giving you something wrong, until maybe it
True.
gets in the hands of people who know how to check and see if like peer review, or that is when now they can tell you that you're doing this wrong, this is wrong, this
Yeah,
is wrong.
yeah, I agree. You should always have some kind of mechanism or some source to be able to verify your answer to make sure it's right. But I think one of the problem here is
Yeah,
that
but ChatGPT becomes that. That's what I was saying. It
yeah,
becomes that fallback plan. It's the front plan and the fallback plan. Let me ask it what I need to ask it and then accept whatever it tells me. And that's
yeah,
Yeah,
that's scary. And certain and like in medicine, I would be like, ooh, like this is why you guys remember WebMD, right? I don't know if people use that anymore, but when
yeah,
WebMD first
I
got
know.
on the internet, and it's dangerous because it'll give you like these answers of, well, maybe you have gout and maybe you have this or maybe you have that, and anxiety comes with some of that because you start thinking, hey, maybe I do have that. Not even going to go see anybody in the profession to get you checked out because that's the danger of not knowing what you have in front of you. It's not to
Y-
be the doctor,
Yeah,
not to be that.
I see what you're saying, but sometimes it's because I get it. You have, like I was saying about the mechanic, you have, people who know their things that sometimes if you don't know the answer, you gotta go to, right? You gotta go to the mechanic, you gotta go to the doctor. But sometimes there comes some situations where even they might not know the answer. And so you have to figure it out some way. And I think like even, before AI, we've had the internet for, a while now, and people were still, even though it's not to the same extent, it was, you still had to go and search the information yourself. So it wasn't as easy as like a nearly instant response, but we still had the internet, we still had stuff like YouTube and whatnot. So it's almost no different. You're trying to use, your your skills, whatever skills you might have, or your observation, to try to figure out that answer. But I think that I'd say that sometimes with certain things you can't always necessarily rely on the standard result, because sometimes the standard result isn't always going to give you the best answer, or the most
you see,
efficient
when
work,
when
like for
I think I think
for-
when GPT-3, it was 3.5 when it came out. Uh, I was using it a lot to do. I usually use it a lot also, but the free version. So there's an engineer who I met with. He's a mechanical engineer. He does things to do with. They do things to do with balancing. In terms of balancing, there was some calculation where you have to know like the type of material. But there was something that was supposed to calculate, and I showed him that you can be able to do this with AI, and it makes your calculation to be very easy and very quick. And
Yeah.
when we did with it, the result was wrong. Like there was some calculation where you're supposed to go on a certain table by SKF table, like it gives the bearings. It had to do with the bearings, where you're supposed to check the characteristics of the bearings. Then, depending on the bearing, you pick a certain number, you come and use that figure. Now, it had a problem with that, and it gave something close but wrong. But now, for him, he knows, and he was like,
Yeah.
"No, there's no way it can be this. Like once we have done it this way, it's supposed to be the value was supposed to be bigger and not smaller." So,
Knew
like
that through
he had
experience, right?
yeah, he knew that from
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah.
So if it was for me, like I would have just gone with the
I
because
I have a it's funny you mentioned that because I have another good example. When I was in when I was in grade school, so before college. See, I haven't always been like I can do
Oh,
they're
wait
like
a
math
minute.
isn't.
Hold on. You went to college. You went to the Evil Institute.
Yeah, I did, but I did. I was in a few different things. Like actually, originally I started as a game developer, but I transitioned into computer programming, and then when I finished that, I went over into robotics because I had a change of interest at the time. Um, and that was probably the best decision I made because I had pivoted at the right time. This is like right around when COVID started and all the shutdowns started happening. But yeah, when I was in like around like grade school, I would say when I noticed my math skill was kind of just like sort of just average. It was maybe like middle school or whatever. But I can do like math, like college math and stuff like that. It's no problem. I can get a pen and paper out or a calculator, do the process, get the answer. Fine. Like almost anyone can do that if you understand how to do things in steps. Um, but I remember distinctly that there was times when if I didn't understand, a particular process, 'cause, when they're teaching you in class, they have to teach everyone at the same pace, the same techniques, and each teacher might have their own unique styles in teaching. So, it's impossible for every single student to get everything exactly the same. It's just not going to work like that. But I had times where it would come to the test and I had gaps in my knowledge that I just wasn't quite sure of, but it was test time. So I couldn't get any other information any other way. It was an open book. So I would devise in my head on the fly at that moment a way to try to figure out the way the answer would turn out to get the solution. And I literally had moments where somehow, I don't know, whatever technique I came up with, I got the answer right. But then the teacher would say the answer was wrong because I showed my work how I got there, but it wasn't the way that they showed how it was supposed to be done. So the answer was wrong, even though it was right. And it's like, okay, like that's one reason why I'm kind of like standards exist for a reason, but you can't always rely just on the standards either because things are always changing. But then back to what he was saying about the AI, how, back during GPT-3, because I was like a while ago, I was like maybe 4 or 5 years ago when
yeah,
GPT-3 was the thing. Um, back
it
then,
wasn't it
like
was it wasn't that long
most,
ago, but
yeah,
the
yeah.
way, like how it like once it gave that answer, actually that guy he has never tried it again. Actually, I was trying to convince him to be
Uh,
using it because the process of
was this
calculation.
recently? Was this recently?
It was somewhere last year. I think
Last year?
early,
Last year, last year.
early, early last year. Yeah, early
Mm,
last year.
yeah,
But
yeah. I mean, back
yeah,
then,
that
but
but that time it had a lot of hallucinations, and the thing it had,
mhm.
when I tried to read on the internet, I found out that it has a lot of issues when it comes to engineering calculations, where you have to sometimes like those calculations where you have to input in a lot of things because there's something that you're also trying to do with somebody in terms of resizing. I usually do structure related things. We're trying to resize a column base, and like when you try to define it for the AI to be able to see that if you have a column base, you have like width, length, and all these sides. Now, if the width and the length are different, that time, yeah, if the width and the length are different, and we are trying to calculate the number of bars that you need to put in the column base, you call it the, I don't know how you guys call it, but you guys use a different American standard. It's different. So
Mm, um,
there's a way you
I know
call it.
what
I
you're
think you
talking
call it
about.
pad or something, pad footing or yeah. But now,
Oh, foot
in terms,
pound, foot pound,
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
foot pound.
yeah, there's a way that you guys call it in American standard. So like when you try to calculate with AI, like it was failing to understand that you have like different sides, and each side maybe each bar is measuring different length. You have maybe the horizontal, you have the vertical. Like that time it had a lot of issues when it comes to engineering calculations, but it gives you the answers and they are wrong answers. Now if you don't know what you're doing, you just take that as the right answer and you go ahead with it. I think that comes to the point what ID is talking about. Like, if it's more in the field where you're more versatile in, you are able to know if this is wrong or this is right.
Yeah,
So,
But
yeah.
let me real quick run down because I mean I'm not going to dox myself, but understand that I when I realized my superpower, I didn't reject it, and my superpower turned out to be anything mathematical. So
yeah,
when I realized it, I was in college. And I was actually starting out my first couple years, and I realized that I do not break a sweat when it comes down to any math, even if it's math I've never seen. It's just calculations and manipulation and all of that. If I know the rules, I know how to manipulate, so I'm okay. To the point where in college, I did not take electives. You guys know what electives are, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't take electives as typical electives like, sociology and all those other ones. I took math-based core course tracks when I was in school because I was so confident if it's math, I have no problem with it. So I didn't take typical stuff. I would take 3 straight terms of motor control, 3 straight terms of matrix manipulation and systems engineering, 3 straight of circuit design, 3 straight courses in semiconductor physics, 3 straight. Everything I did was mathematics, and I aced damn near everything because it was math. Right now, that's scary because I could have turned out to be somebody who couldn't speak to anybody because you don't learn like the soft skills in a math class, the soft skills of talking to people. Fortunately, I picked that up along the way. But so with my understanding of the physics. Oh, that forgot. I didn't mention that too. I actually took all the calculus classes, every one they had. I took all the physics courses, every one they had. And I started delving into so deep in, I started doing mathematical theory, which was that's a whole nother level. But yeah, just no numbers, just symbols and integrals and summations, no numbers. That was a wild ride. But I'm saying that to say this: if I'm speaking about something very passionate, I'm very passionate, obviously, about the sciences. More in particular, when it comes to things like semiconductors, anything related to semiconductors. I still remember a triple integral I did maybe 15, 20 years ago. I can do them right now because I studied so hard to learn it. I overshot. I did. I overshot. And now I can't unlearn some of the stuff that I still remember. So when I hear someone speak on certain things that I know, that's a very complex thing that you're trying to simplify. Not everything can be simplified so easily. I know ChatGPT simplifies a lot of complex things, but when it does, it leaves out very pertinent pieces of information that could change how you see it. And that's why I say the learning is on us. It's on the people who actually is trying to use these tools. You cannot stop, you know, focusing on just what it gives you. You still have to know where that came from. You cannot just lean on that in sciences in particular. Music
Yeah,
might be
of
different.
course.
Music could be different. Art, especially anything art. That's all abstract type. Yeah, that's different. That's I'm talking specifically scientifically based, mathematically calculated. Those type fields are very specific with very specific models that depend on empirical data. Like it has a history behind it. It's not a guess. It has a history behind it. But in order to fully understand it, it's going to have to go way beyond high school math. Unless you've taken, physics and calculus and yeah, differential equations, matrix manipulation, all the mathematics that happens behind the scenes on a computer, some people understand what it's doing. So when it spits out a wrong answer, they know. They like, wait a minute, that's off. That doesn't
Yeah,
look right.
yeah,
Let
yeah.
me go look that up. Let me go see how it came up with that answer because I don't think that's right. You don't get that inflection when you don't have that history, that buffer of knowledge. You can't. So I feel like this is why I teach the kids when I'm teaching the kids, you gotta know it's still on you to know this. Don't depend 100% on what it gives you because you can't stop learning. And these kids are really, really easy to jump on the easy path. The easy path is beautiful to some of these young kids. They love the easy way out. So
True,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. I
I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead. Go ahead.
think actually I was gonna bring up one other example. It's sort of the inverse of what Chris was saying. That one example where the guy he was using GPT 03 or something. I don't even think it was 03 mini out back then. But he was
It
using
was
one of the older models and yeah,
because
3.5. That was like really old if it was like a year ago. Cuz that was like old a couple years ago. But yeah, I when as soon as Deep Seek R1 came out, um they had distilled versions of the models and distilled versions are essentially like also called you could also call them quantized, although they're a bit different, but it's essentially the bigger model teaching the smaller models how to work through whatever problems that it was trained on. And when they're training these models, they essentially train them to work under smaller parameters. So you will have, for example, DeepSeek R1 that's based on Llama 3 or that's based on Quinn. And these are like different sort of sub models that are trained by that larger model to be more efficient at a smaller size. And what these allow you to do is basically run them on lesser powerful machines, much like the other models as well. And the first thing I did was when I think which version was it that I downloaded? It was 14B. And that's about the threshold I think that my GPU can run at a reasonable speed. And it took the model maybe an hour to think on this problem. Mostly because my GPU was still very slow and the thinking models use a lot more compute power. But they tend to output a lot of information really fast when they're thinking. And as I was saying before, how you can see through the entire chain of thought and how it actually arrived at its answer throughout the entire process. And the question I gave it was a answer of spatial positioning, where I asked it if you were on the equator and you. Well, this is like a rough summarization of how I asked it, but it was a pretty simple prompt. But it was basically if you were on the equator, you went north, then you turned um, left, I think I said like 90 degrees left or something like that. And then I asked it, if you did that, would you ever, and you kept walking until you covered the entire globe, would you ever go back to your original starting position? And originally, when I asked it this question, it was thinking for a long time because sometimes these models, especially the ones that are cloud hosted, they don't, for something like this, is actually relatively simple for the newer models to answer now. They can answer it in maybe like 20 seconds. But when I originally asked it, I thought it was stuck because it thought longer than it should have. It was like usually, even on my GPU, it should maybe take 5, 10 minutes for it to think. But I waited like 15, 20 minutes and it was still going. So I thought maybe it was stuck. So I just stopped it. And I actually came back to my computer later that day, and the app, it was still up, it was still running, and I saw that it had finished. I was like, oh wait, what? It was still going, and it said it was going for an hour. So I checked the answer, and the answer was actually correct. And I was like, whoa, it actually got it correct. And I went back and looked through the chain of thought, and it said it would never be able to get to its original starting position, by the way. And I looked
I
back
was
through
going to
it to
ask.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I looked back through it to see how it actually got to that answer. And it was I don't even know, like several pages, but I read through like most of the relevant bits because sometimes it's thinking and it's going back and forth like, oh well, it does some math and it's like, well, maybe that's not correct, and then it goes back, and then it goes, well, okay, all this does this. If that's the right answer, then all this before was incorrect. So it goes back and it's kind of going back and forth on itself till it gets the right answer. But I saw towards the end that it was it was thinking the opposite of the direction that I was telling it to go. I told it to go left, but it was thinking to go to the right. But yet, it, even though it was incorrect how it actually got to the answer, it still actually ended up getting the correct answer at the end. So that was kind of like how an example of how I was saying, where you don't necessarily need to know the exact process of something to get to the correct answer, but as long as you sort of understand how you got there, I mean, if the answer is correct, it's correct. Now, whether it's exact, you can always go back and verify, you know. But I was going to mention how, where with people, I kind of forgot because you made a good point that earlier when you were talking, and I kind of forgot exactly, but you're saying something about how like some of the, like newer kids, they sort of just expect to just jump to
They want the
chat
easy
GPT,
way
stuff like
out.
that. Yeah, 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 yeah. The easy way. I mean, you're always gonna get people who want it easy. I mean, as people, I kind of, we everyone naturally just wants the most optimal solution, the easiest path. I think that's just normal. But I think, like
And you
you're
see,
saying,
for this
yeah,
person, you see, like your case when you did ask that question. Alex, by the way, welcome. I see you've come today. Welcome. And today is not Sunday, but welcome. So, like your case, you're saying you had an answer already. You knew the answer, uh, that it was, this was the answer. So, if it gave you something wrong, you will have known it was wrong. So,
correct,
the
yeah.
issue, yeah, so the main issue with AI right now is you have to know the answer, which which is something that Ciel was saying, that if
Actually,
you're ready, wait first before you jump in,
okay.
something which Ciel was saying. Ciel is usually from Germany. He was saying that, let me get this mini, but what he was saying is, if you already know the answer, why do you need AI? Which I think again plays to the thing where most people say that you don't need AI right now. I think it's a tool which can help you with some things. If you're doing mathematics, it can help you with some computation to make it easier or quicker, to make some things to be quicker for you. But it is not at a point where you can rely on it 100% that is going to give you the right answer to what you have.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, um, what I was going to say, there is uh lost my train of thought. So okay, there actually is a method that you could use to basically when you're if even if you do know the answer, right? Or if you don't know the answer, I mean, um you actually can use the certain models that can actually help teach you certain things that you might not know about whatever this thing is that you're trying to get an answer to. A good example would be um because I actually do this occasionally when there's something that okay, here's a good example. So back when I was saying how I was working on this VR application, right?
Hmm.
I I used to work with different game engines in the past, mainly Unreal Engine, and I did use Unity before, but it was like a long time ago. Actually, back when I was taking game development as a major, I that was my first time using Unity, but I had only used it like a little bit, and I don't really know much about Unity. Heck, even barely Unreal Engine now because it's changed a lot since I last used it. It's been years, but so I have a general understanding of how the engines work, right? And I know different processes in game development to the point to where even if I don't know it um a lot, I can sort of take what I understand about it, even if it's a little bit, and I can figure out what I need from there. And so what I do when I'm using this app to or I'm using AI to help me develop this app, I'm using agents. And one reason why I use agents is because we are at the point now to where the models are pretty reliable. They're reliable enough to where if you need something done, it will usually do it on the first try. And if it doesn't get it on the first try, you can work with it a little bit, a few prompts here and there, and it'll eventually arrive at the correct answer or the correct result, whatever you want. So for example, with this application, I use an IDE called VS Code. And within VS Code, I'm using extensions that allow you to use different LLMs. So it can be any that it supports, but they have like all of the different ones. They have the Google ones, the OpenAI ones, Claude. They even have some open source ones, DeepSeek and such. And you could choose whichever model you want. Some of these are free, like they have free API use where you don't even have to pay anything at all. Like when I'm building this, I've only spent like maybe $2 out of
But
maybe a few hours of work on this
mm,
project so far, and different things too because I've done different things. Like I'm working before this, I was working on a circuit simulation that was originally I wanted to see if it could do this. So I gave it a prompt. I wanted it to essentially make a 3D representation of a jewel thief circuit. And I gave it the prompt, and in the first try, it only took it like maybe a minute, or I think it was like maybe a couple minutes or such, maybe five or so, and it got it right exactly first try, and it was in full 3D. It uses something called 3JS, which is like a 3D component of JavaScript, I believe. Um, but yeah, so it can do very complicated, sophisticated things now, like almost 100% every time. Well, maybe not 100%, but a very high degree of success.
I think
And
it's
yeah,
getting, like, let's say it's getting better with time. With each released model, it gets better and better, but still, yeah, it's getting better, but still I think it has not earned trust of a lot of people when it comes to especially doing the calculations. I know for programming most people are using it for building apps and
building. Yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
I hear
see,
for programming it's very accurate actually in generating code.
programming. Yeah, it is. It is. And what's important about that is because, see, a lot of people think that because LLMs are, large language models, that they only understand language and they're only predicting, this under the foundation of language. But people don't realize is that so many things underpin the construct of what language is. And
Okay.
when you can define different things under a language, and it doesn't even have to be any specific one. It could be English, it could be Japanese, it could be Arabic, it could be whatever you want. um when you can do this, then you can put and you can abstract almost anything into a specific, well defined output. And another thing too is that, computers basically understand their own language. At first it started as binary, ones and zeros, off and on. But then over time we developed, high level languages like C++, C sharp, um, all these other, older ones, Ruby, stuff like that. Um, and we designed these simply so we can sort of interact with the machines in a way that we can understand most easily, but they can still get the most efficient output from what we're trying to give to it, right? So over time, that's why we develop these programming languages, right? But now with these models also being able to understand programming and all these other human languages too,
Mm.
um, they can pretty much do almost anything you tell it to, because now we're doing essentially what computers were always designed to do. They're always designed to do what you tell it, exactly how you tell it, using natural language. And
I think
because
that
they didn't have intelligence behind it, they couldn't really do that as efficiently without having to build all of those frameworks. But now with LLMs, with neural networks and such, now we're pretty much already at this point that we could do that. And
I,
with the
yeah,
pro yeah, and with
I was
programming. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, I was saying I think I'll try it. But first, before I go in, let me answer this first. Alex said we don't have Lloyd today. We had not talked to him before we came in.
He's
I
probably
have
not
not.
gonna come up if he sees me up here.
And that of a certain age, welcome. I was asking, was he in one of the audio that you did with Lloyd? Was he?
No, brother of a certain age. I know him from other spaces. Cool brother, that very down to earth. So I sent out the bat signal, as he said. I did send out the link to my
Oh,
community to let them know I was over here. So you might get some people that you've never seen before pop in and out.
yeah, I have been seeing. I think today, today we're not heated up. We heated up like, although Fridays are not usually good days. I think Wednesdays.
Yeah,
I saw
I
Wednesdays.
sent the link out to Stargate too. She
Uh,
supports whatever I do, so she might stop in if she has time.
no problem. So if I come back to 14 Supersonic, what I was saying is maybe I'll go again and try to do the other things like what we tried with the other guy with the latest model. But the
Hmm.
issue with the model had what I've remembered is you are supposed to go and like there's these tables, especially if you're doing those sort of engineering calculations where you're supposed to read certain figures from tables, and this table was not
Oh,
specific, like you're going to pick a specific value. You're supposed to see within a certain range. Within a certain range you have like within a certain, like when you have a certain metal of a certain property, it falls within certain range. So that certain range you have like two or three figures. Now usually with the mind you have to see which one falls closer to which side. Then you have like
hmm.
three figures, the one at the top, at the middle, and far down, with each bracket of data. So you have to see which one is closer to what you're getting. Like say you're getting
Yeah.
something a mean value, you have to see which one is closer, Then once you see which one is closer, you pick that value. Then again you go to another different table. Again you use that value to pick again a different value from another different standard.
Y-
So
yeah,
that's
I
what
know
the
what you're
model
talking
had.
about.
Yeah, that's what the model had a lot of issues with, and it came with the wrong answer. Like it was picking those values, but now it was doing it wrongly.
That probably could
And
have been solved
Uh,
in a software update probably, because
yeah,
that
yeah.
sounds like extrapolation, and
And the
that's not a hard thing to do these
and
days.
the and the latest
yeah,
models, they pretty much they can do that now. It shouldn't be a problem if you. I'm not sure about the ones that don't have the thinking ability, but if you use like the best thinking
I think
model, they
I
should be
think
able to do that, no problem.
yeah, maybe the one we thinking can be able to solve it. That's why I say I'll give it a try with the newer model.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And
but,
also,
but what I know, even the subordinates who told me also that when it comes to things to do with any engineering calculations like structural analysis, whatever, don't
mm,
use AI. Although we have structural analysis softwares that we use, but again, like I
yeah,
remember what we were being told, they have been using AI, sort of AI, like for a long time, where you input the loads and
Yeah, there's
yeah,
it's
yeah,
kinda
yeah.
already in existence to
yeah,
a version of it, like a early version of it, sort of
it has been
already was existing for a
it,
while, but
it has
nobody called it AI,
yeah,
you
it
know
has
what I
Yeah,
mean?
been
it was
the thing.
AI, but it's not like what we have now.
The thing is,
Right.
yeah, it was like AI, and in most cases it is correct.
Yeah.
When we were at school, you are being taught how to use it, but you are being told that always make sure you know how to do the
Be
Do
calculation.
careful,
yeah, the
Chris.
word.
Be careful, Chris. You're supporting the evil institutions. Be careful,
Wait,
Chris.
no, no, I'm not. I'm not supporting. Like we are being told, make sure you know how to do the calculation on your own, and you can arrive at the answer, and never to rely on the softwares. Like you just have to confirm, because you can input a certain load by
Mm.
mistake, and it will calculate and give you the values it says
Yeah,
that it.
the body, yeah. But it's based
But
on incorrect information.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
incorrect information. Yeah. Now when you go to ground and you implement it, things go southways and people die. Now they were telling everyone to make sure that you know how to do it on your own, like manually. You don't have to rely on these softwares. But they
Here's
have
where
been
it falls into like engineering as a making sure you know to use it only as a tool, because you have to figure out when something is not working. What
yeah,
the heck is going on?
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
can't answer that question unless you know what the hell that tool is doing or attempting to do to verify that piece of it. Maybe it's a coding issue. Maybe it's a what is it called, a restraint on a requirement or something. Whatever it is, you have to have the know-how to go in there and dissect it, but you need the knowledge to do that. You can't just go in there and start changing stuff. You have to specifically, methodically break it down, pick the piece that has the issue, narrow it down to a certain level that's manageable. Like all of these skills come with that experience. And ChatGPT is a great tool to give you an answer, but for something similar to that is
I
I don't think you can replicate that like
yeah, yeah.
I
great
think it's
right now.
I think it's better for programming right now, mostly
I
programming.
actually you could use it.
For
Programming
programming, it's
is
very accurate. Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah. You can, but I think there's multiple layers to this. So, I think the main problem is the speed at which people are trying to accomplish things. So, I feel like the people who are mainly using AI and they're just taking the few responses that they get right away and then taking that as the ultimate answer, that's not good. But I do think that
Hey, why
when
don't
you're
you tell Lloyd that, bro?
I see I don't necessarily
maybe
agree with
I
everything Laura does,
I
but
have a
I,
no. Wait. For 14 Supersonic, you usually support Lloyd a lot. Like I needed to
yeah,
know
yeah.
if you have tried to do with AI what he
So
shown.
okay, so I what I've been doing ever since I found out about Lloyd.
Yeah,
Um, I've actually been reverse engineering his stuff using AI actually. And the reason why is because I think some of us might know, but he doesn't always explain everything in his videos completely or the best. Sometimes he might get something or not say something accurately, right? But
yeah.
I can kind of
Wait a minute. You called me a hater for pointing that out, bro.
no, I didn't say that. I never said that he was 100% correct on everything, but I'm
I
saying that
said the
what he's
same
doing.
thing. I said the same thing about him not understanding what he's trying to explain. I got called a hater for that.
Well, that's not what I said. I said that he understands what he's doing, but he might not always say exactly how it's like standard or what you actually see. Like for example, when you're showing how he said 3 amps but it was 0.03 amps, obviously it wasn't 3 amps. So I could take from what he's showing in the video and derive the correct answers from that. But what I do is I do a layer on top of that, right? Because I use Google AI Studio, and here you can use text,
So
images, you can use video, you can use audio, right?
I've
So
seen it.
I
I've
take
seen
his
it.
yeah, yeah. So I take his entire video and I basically use because I use certain techniques to get the most accurate answers that I could possibly get out. Yeah, you mess around with certain sliders and you use certain terminologies and stuff like that. I've been using this stuff for long enough where I kind of understand, even though some of these models are different from each other, I know the basics to how to get them to do certain things and work correctly. But anyway, out of the box, Gemini 2.5 Pro is really good. So it's good enough. It understands pretty much almost any engineering task you throw at it. It gives you pretty reasonable answers from it. And so what I do is I take like a few of his videos, I put it into a chat, and then I ask it, okay, you compare these values to each other, or can you see how, or can you figure out how this is connecting to this? Sometimes he doesn't always show exactly like how his circuit is completely connected. So you kind of have to interpolate the information in between to figure out on your own. He does have some like newer circuits and stuff that you can use. Um, I'm going to test his new what he calls it, like I think negative double negative P. I'm actually going
Yeah,
to test that. I just got solar panels recently, so
but then
I'm getting ready to
I
test this.
I I
you
I
see,
can tell you exactly what it's doing in within the circuit. I saw the schematic. I can literally tell you what it's
Yeah,
doing and how it's operating.
I
It's
know
rather simple.
you
I know
see,
what
you
it's
see,
doing too, but
you
I
see
just want to test it
on
myself.
actually, on WhatsApp many people are attempting it, and they are talking about that double negative a lot.
But
Yeah,
And
yeah, it works.
and
have you
they sh-
noticed there's not a lot of
they're
people
showing.
showing anything?
Wait, but most of them are
The,
showing actually videos of
it,
voltage. They're showing
Yeah,
videos
videos of
of proof.
showing one side of things like voltage. Like, yeah, that's great, but give me the full picture. I need, like Supersonic say, I need the full picture because you're only giving me pieces here.
So I hope supersonic when you do it you can show us also current, because the main issue is current. Like even that guy called Lovell Lovell. I tried. He contacted me I think yesterday. He showed me more videos where he is able to increase voltage. Then I tried to ask him if he can share current as well. He told me that yes, I can measure it. I saw his meter; it can measure current. He says yes, I can measure it, but he said he will send it to me. Until today, when I text him, I think it was about 2 days ago. I did text him yesterday. Hello, how far are you with it? Because he said yes, I'm going to send, and he has not sent
I
anything
think
to
I
show.
answered that mathematically on that
Yeah,
video. I think I
yeah.
answered it mathematically. And if I'm off, I'd be surprised because that
I think the
I
main
these are
do
very fundamental things that would literally tell you whether or not you're doing
but
what you think it's doing.
but
I
Lloyd,
do recall that Lloyd does have a couple videos where he does show the current. side of the whatever's going on in the circuit. And I think
Yeah.
he did that. I forget which ones, but I think he did that to show how he was using the voltage output from the panels to boost the current up using the MOSFETs. But
Doesn't work.
The,
well, whether it does or doesn't, you
I
gotta
was saying
Well,
test
see,
it.
no,
the,
this is why I said
the way
ChatGPT will tell you a very close to right answer, but it's not telling you the full answer. It's doing exactly what Lloyd does. It gives you enough to have an answer, but it's not really telling you the full answer. You don't get current out of a MOSFET.
you see
The
the
current goes through the MOSFET. It doesn't come out. The current that you manipulate with the bias, it goes from drain to source. That's it.
Y-
It doesn't come
Yeah,
out.
yeah. I know how transistors work.
Well,
I
that's what I'm
don't think
saying.
he's
He thinks he's getting current out.
the way
He
no.
thinks he's going to.
no
He thinks that MOSFET is
Ali,
creating current.
the way
Mm,
we when we did ask him last time that question, he agreed that you will get milliamps from it, but now he
No,
was
that's the
saying that
solar panels. That's the solar panels.
yeah, he
I'm
was saying
talking
that
about when he ties it to the MOSFET. He thinks he's going to get current out of a MOSFET. It's not
to
going to put out current because the current goes through the MOSFET to ground. It doesn't come out.
to be fair, he does when so I have seen some of his videos where he uses AI, and he's kind of like the average ChatGPT user where sometimes when they because they don't know how they need to actually use the model sometimes. I'm not saying that Lloyd doesn't because he's still not all of the answers that he gets from ChatGPT are like incorrect, but sometimes he if you don't pay attention to how you phrase things, you can lead the model to get exactly the answer you want, but sometimes the answer might not
Yes.
always be correct, so you have to check it. But at the same time, I don't ever recall Lloyd saying that the current was coming from the MOSFET. That's not what he's saying.
If
It's
you
the
watch Chris's last video, he said it actually on more videos. I've been on Chris maybe 4 times already. At least half of those shows, he said that exact same thing. And I told him, no, the MOSFET does not give you
well,
current.
even in Josiah's when he was explaining, how his paper is structured, and he was explaining the function of a MOSFET. Even he wasn't saying that the current isn't coming from the MOSFET. It's coming from the rapid switching, the frequency of the off and on effect.
Which is wrong too, but okay.
Well, that's not because how does an alternator work in a car?
That's magnetic. That's a different beast. See, this is not muddying the waters, but that's a magnetic inductance. That's induced current in a motor. That
Okay,
is not
so how does a MOSFET work then?
a
It's
MOSFET.
literally a
A MOSFET is an electric field, not a magnetic field. It's an
okay.
electric field. So
Hold
that's
up,
a
hold up.
different beast.
So even in most scientific fields, right? People still can't reconcile the difference between if an electric field is different from a magnetic field, or if they are doing different things, or if they are both working together to get the same thing accomplished. Now we're just getting into semantics at this point.
We're not getting into semantics. This is a very specific detail that's only understood if you actually studied magnetism, electromagnetism. If you studied these things, you understand there's vectors that's involved. Directional vectors that tell you which direction the current's flowing, which direction the field is folding, and how they're both orthogonal, whether you're talking about light.
True.
All of
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is understood. So
But
again, when you say electric field and magnetic field and not knowing the difference, and some people mix it, I'm telling you, a MOSFET works on an electric field being created across that oxide. That's how
yes,
it
yeah,
works. A
yeah. I'm
motor is magnetic inductance. When you actually move current through a wire, it creates a magnetic field. And when you move it, it's called a magnetic flux. That's a completely different thing as far as moving
Uh,
charges and how things operate. So I want to make sure that's
okay,
clear.
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think anything you're saying is wrong. What you're saying is right. But what I'm saying is much like how voltage and amps go together, right? You can't really have one without the other, right? It's the same thing with magnetic fields and electric fields. You're not going to have an electric field without a magnetic field, and
You
same
can.
vice versa.
You can. A magnetic field needs a moving charge. A capacitor doesn't have to have a moving charge. You just have charge buildup. That's static. That's electrostatics. So in electrostatics, a buildup of charge creates an electric field. But a magnetic field is created with a moving charge through an inductor. That's why when you wrap things with a coil and you pass a current through it, like a transformer, it only works when you pass current through it. And when that current's moving, it induces a magnetic field inside the core, and it actually multiplies because that's why it's in a coil shape. It actually, if it's done right,
Yeah,
the
because it's
magnetic
stacked
field
on top.
strength is maximized at the center of that core. If it's done right, you can't just
Yeah,
wrap it at
yeah.
any diameter you want.
But
If there's a sweet spot that or a diameter of that core, if it's right, you will get the maximum impact from that magnetic field induced by the moving charge through the coil. So that's why I said you don't need a magnetic field just because you have an electric field. It could be static.
true,
So
yes, true,
MOSFETs
true.
are
But
static,
here,
static
here's
electric fields, and the
here.
charge that's building up and moving, that's in a completely different direction than the current flow. It's orthogonal. That's why I said it cannot be what you're not going to get current from it because of that. But I only know
Okay,
that because I know the physics.
okay, okay. I agree. I agree. But here's why I said it's semantics, right? Because we could get into the nuances of, or the specifics on if an electric field is a buildup of a current of electrons building up in the within the capacitor, or if a magnetic field is a physical moving magnet, right? But where I say is semantics is that the actual act of something moving can also be physicalized and it can be virtualized. By that, what I mean is if you are doing calculations on, let's say, for example, a CPU, right? And we know a CPU has billions of transistors, right? Like they're all like very tiny transistors that do this
Hmm.
specific function of going off and on. And the CPUs have a virtual component of them, right? They are called threads. So you have the cores and you have the threads. And so you have the transistors in the CPU that are rapidly switching on and off, correct? But then you have the virtualized components which are running another vital aspect of the CPU where it's sort of it's how do I put it? It's almost like a parallel process where it's trying to simulate the actual process of the um current going on, or the current going on and off real fast, but it's doing that so it can actually arrive to the oh, hold up, give me a second.
Yeah, just to
Sorry,
reiterate,
sorry,
like,
I had
yeah,
background.
the idea of the MOSFET is it's there is no current through the oxide, or it's negligible. It's leakage current, but it's so small, we consider it as zero because it's so small. But there's no
Yeah, I
current
get that. The
physically
current
passing through.
the current doesn't, the point I was trying to get at, the current doesn't come from the gate. And I don't think Lloyd's ever said that the current comes from the gate. But the current doesn't come from the gate. It's the actual effect of the off and on, which is what sort of is boosting that current. Not from the MOSFET, but it's the field in the MOSFET.
No, because the field is perpendicular to the plate. The gate is a plate. So when you put a bias on it, charge carriers which are minority charge carriers, depending on the semiconductor, it's attracted to that plate. It can only go to the plate or back to the substrate, to the plate or back to the substrate. The source and drain is perpendicular to that. The current flow is actually 90 degrees to that bias on the gate. So the gate is not creating current. It's creating the path. That's it. It does not provide current. It creates a path for the source and drain to electrically connect. Now, the current running through that device comes from the drain. This is what I told Lloyd weeks ago. It does not, it comes from the drain. When he said he put his solar panels on the drain as well, I have two solar panels, one on the gate, one on the drain. Well, guess what? Your solar panels are only putting out 30 milliamps, brother. That's not amplifying current. It can only you're giving it current through the drain. That's where it comes from. But your panels only give out 30 milliamps. You're not giving it shit. That's nothing. So that's why he now, I am taking credit for this. He's now talking, oh, I can put my voltage here and have current come from another source. He's now talking like that. I can bring in a battery. Well, you know, the battery has both voltage and current. It doesn't need the solar panels. The solar panels are useless. The battery's doing the work now. So this is where he's misleading people, thinking this MOSFET is this magic device. It's not. It's not. It's only as good as the drain you power it. That's it. And even that current is not coming out. The current goes straight from the drain to the source to ground. It's not coming out. So that's not where you calculate your power out.
Scam,
If he actually Googles the power out for a MOSFET, look at that equation. Look at that
scam,
equation, how to calculate it. It is not what he thinks.
Scam Chen says field and a MOSFET, but do you not realize that MOSFET stands for metal oxide semiconducting field effect transistor? So it does have a
Wait, what
field.
happened?
Scam Chen says field and a MOSFET, but
Oh, he's questioning. Okay, okay.
the word field is literally in the name MOSFET. It stands
Yeah.
for metal oxide semiconducting field effect transistor. Yeah, so
Yes.
it does have some type of field, but I
It has
mean,
an electric
I,
field perpendicular to the base, the base plate.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not disputing that. Like everything you're saying is not incorrect, but I just think that I mean, I'm not here today to like get into the whole like whether the MOSFET. I don't want to go back and forth with that, but I see both you and Lloyd's perspective. Like, frankly, I don't think that either of you are necessarily wrong or right. I think it's how you are looking at the picture as a whole. Um, so
Do you
I don't
think
know.
it's free energy in there?
Huh? Do I
Do
think
you
it's
think the
free
MOSFET
energy?
is giving free energy?
Well, okay. So for me personally, I think the term of free energy is kind of loaded. Like I don't like to look at it as free energy because I mean if you want to say that it's free and that you don't have to pay the electric company, I mean I guess maybe you could say it's free, but free is like as in like an overall absolute term. I don't think that any energy is free because you're always getting your energy from somewhere. But
He I'm just really saying it because I know that's one of his arguing points of that. Like that was the whole reason why he brought up the whole spike current or pulse current. That's why he keeps saying it. Because
well,
he's
I mean
saying it as if there's energy there. Like energy
I
that wasn't there before. Somehow it's there and we can grab it. That's his argument. And
I mean
fundamentally it's off.
I don't know. I disagree with you on that, but I've
Which
seen
part?
how what Lloyd. Well, because it's more complicated than just saying that if the energy is coming from directly from the MOSFET or to the MOSFET from the gate to whatever device, or if you're saying that it's something happening inside of the field or something like that. If we're not fully understanding like the mechanics that we're talking about here, I don't think we're ever going to really get to a actual solution on who really is right or wrong. Because at this point being, whenever you and Lloyd are talking, you can't really, no one really is putting an actual answer out there because it's just
But
back
here's the
and forth
irony.
on like,
Here's the
hmm?
irony. Here's the irony. I'm being told I'm suppressing information when I'm actually offering the notion of what is actually happening in the device. I am not offering my opinion. I am not offering anything other than what I know exactly what's going on, down to the physics of the semiconductors. I can go in great detail. That is not by accident. And I
Would
kept telling Lloyd, I'm a different beast. I am not somebody on the internet just listening to you for some answers. I'm trying to offer you what I know from my experience, the things I've tested, the things I've built, the things I've designed myself. I've designed them. So I know. I'm telling you what I know that's in industry right now. You think your iPhone's working by itself? Somebody designed that circuit in there with MOSFETs, NPN devices, resistors, capacitors, batteries, transformers, all kinds of stuff is in there. Somebody designed it. And I'm telling you from industry, you are not supposed to be teaching this because your level of understanding is entirely too low. No disrespect, but he's not understanding what he's trying to say. He can't even get his words right. So that's a red flag usually. And I'm not, again, I'm not what do you call it? Like a language police. I just know in math and science, you have to be specific because if you're not, there could be introduced confusion, and confusion leads to errors and things that needs to be fixed later. So you have to be very specific, which
I
with how you
I
speak.
I get that, but where I kind of have to disagree on that a bit is, sometimes we have to be careful on how we want to define who should say what or who should not. Because a good example of this is YouTube, right? YouTube is meant to be a platform for the people, right? It's the
Yes.
you and tube. But as we all know, is that over the last few years has increasingly become more censored. You can't even say basic things like at all that you could say like maybe just like 5 years ago or so. You can't make a comment because it'll just some random AI or something or some bot that they're running on the platform just automatically deletes your messages and or removes your videos and such. So we know that. So it's like it gets to a point to where I think we all should share what we know, but I think we shouldn't hold that information as such a high authority over someone else to the point to where someone who might not know as much as you but might know enough where if they might know something different that no one else has seen before, but they might have that little piece to the puzzle that we all need to figure out that answer that we're all looking for. But if
When the
we're
shit
shutting
hits the
if
fan, when the shit hits the fan, who do you call? The experts, the ones who study this shit, not just math, not just science. I don't care if it's
I
political. I don't care if it's military. I don't care whatever, if it's medical, whatever it is. When the shit hits the fan, you call the ones that know this shit. So definitely there should be some level of if we're going to lean towards someone
yeah
with a voice.
yeah
Not
I
everybody deserves a voice. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan that everybody gets to have a
and
voice. Not
I
in every space. Not in
I
every
have to
space.
disagree on that. I
Not in
think
every space.
I think what you're trying to say is that there are some people who will, for lack of a better term, will try to sort of scam people who don't know any better with inaccurate information to sort of mislead people. But frankly, in my perspective, I think there's actually very few people who do that than what most people realize. Because as people tend to lean and focus more on the negative things than the positive things. You see it in the news all the time. Like some big thing happens, it's like, oh, this guy I don't know, bombs this building or something, and it's like, look over here, all this bad stuff is happening, or um someone releases a new product and it does all of these things, but it does this like one bad thing, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's so bad, it's trash. And so I think we have to be careful to distinguish those type of people from the people who are actually trying to bring something new that could be helpful. But
You
that I mean
can't.
that's
How do I expect you to know how to change a
you can prove it.
scenario if you don't
You
understand what's going on?
be, because
You
you can
you
prove
you
it.
cannot improve on a car if you don't know how the car operates already. You have to know what it's doing in order to improve on it. How do you not how do you not see that part of it? Like you cannot do anything. I can't come into your class and know coding, and I've never taken a coding class. I just watched a YouTube video and I'm confident. It's not
Of
how it
I
works.
did,
of course, I'm not
I
I'm
did,
not saying that. I'm saying you can prove it, as in, if you are lacking the if you're lacking the vernacular or whatever, or you're lacking some knowledge somewhere, but you know enough to do something, you just need something to fill in the gaps, right? But you can prove it. That's why we do like science. That's why we do scientific methods. So we have an idea. We don't really know what the result will be, but we
That's a
have the
hypothesis,
assumption.
yes.
Yeah, exactly. And then we use our senses to arrive at that result. And if we can prove that result based on all of the process before, then and it works, then you have your answer. And that's why I was saying,
Not
well,
necessarily, because you have to know how to test it. Sometimes the test is flawed. Sometimes you're not testing it the way you think you're testing it.
that
This is
yeah,
the exact case with Lloyd, to be
that
honest. He
that's
doesn't
yeah,
true.
know, he's not
I
even testing it properly to get the answer that he wants.
That's true, but it can also go vice versa. You could test an answer and then get the right answer somehow, even if the test might not be 100% accurate. Same way you can also test something and also get the wrong answer, but because the way you tested it wasn't correct, you got the wrong answer. So it's kind of it goes both
Therein
ways.
lies peer reviews. Therein lies peer reviews to make
Yeah,
sure, do you understand that
I
what you're
agree. Yeah.
testing, this is how you test it. So you have to vet it through people
But
who know this stuff.
true.
That's exactly I'm getting
But
back to the exact same point I started with. There has to be some level of authority in knowing what the hell is going on.
I agree. But peer
did,
review comes with its limitations because, for
Of
example,
course.
be yeah for example, even if you were to take even if you were to take every, I don't know, every genius in the world, right? Like whatever, however number that there is, maybe there's a handful, who knows, just for this example. And you were to take every genius and you have a problem that people were trying to solve for years, centuries maybe, but they just couldn't. And maybe you have this one set they have the potential to, but within their lifetime they just never figure it out because they didn't have all of the information they needed to figure out. But these are the only geniuses that you have to actually get to that solution that you need, and yet they couldn't figure out. So that's why I'm saying, like, there's a
Because
limitation.
there's a lot of there's variables in that though. There's variables
Yeah,
in that.
yeah, of course, of
Everything's
course.
not going to be solved with just one group of people. I'm not saying that they're the end all be all, but for the knowledge that we have up to this point, somebody has it. And those are the people that need to be in position when the time calls.
Yeah, but
I, I'm
position.
okay with somebody tinkering, messing around, doing all that stuff. Lloyd can play with his LEDs until the cows come home. I don't care. It's the moment he comes up here and tries to convince people of things that not even he can prove. That's the part that I'm a little irritated with, and he doesn't want to know. It's like deliberate ignorance. He doesn't want to know. He'd rather call me a shill or somebody who works for the electric company, or he's the one that's suppressing information. Like no, I'm coming with information. I'm saying, look, some of this stuff has been figured out in physics book. Look, you can read it. You can do the calculation. You can actually see it right here. He doesn't want to hear it. So that's where my frustration comes with him. He doesn't want to know. But
So
I'd
I
be
did,
damned if he's going to keep
Uh,
calling me a
I
shill.
did.
Like, no, I'm not a shill. I'm an educator. That's what I do. I can't. I'm not going to turn it off because he doesn't get it.
So I do on your side. On your side, do you believe that you are suppressing technology? On your side, like what you know so far. And there's this comment from Cecile.
Repeat that. Repeat that question.
On your side, do you believe that you're suppressing this sort of free energy technology? And
I
also,
am not
we have this.
suppressing free energy information. I don't like the misleading hope. And
Yeah.
hey, buy my book because I figured it out. What the hell did you figure out? You asked a computer questions, which means the answer was in the computer before you asked it. So what exactly did you do? You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything that the computer didn't already know to give you. So that means the answer existed before you asked it. So don't come up here like you're the guru and I'm supposed to buy your book to get the information. What information? That's
well,
all I
I
want to
think
know.
even he says that the stuff that he's trying to show people isn't new. I mean, he said that a lot. So
Yeah, that's because he can't even explain half the stuff he's talking about. He can't. He tries. He
He's using
definitely tries. That's why
he's
I keep
using
coming up with these YouTube shorts. Anybody go to my channel? I got like 3 YouTube shorts. I got like 5 of them in the chamber because he
is it
keeps doing it.
ID. He uses AI for like for validation to show that it works. If you remember the other guy called Josiah who said that he has a paper on I think I'll bring him back maybe in a few days. Also, Josiah was afraid to give out his paper because he feels like people will look at the paper and come at you
Mm,
and say you're wrong. But he feels
mm,
like
mm,
maybe if somebody goes ahead and tests the paper,
mm.
they might
Yeah,
come at different results.
I I agree with that method because I was also going to make another point where he was saying how ID was saying how you got to rely that the people who know their stuff should be in the right position, but unfortunately, people have their upsides and they have their downsides, and no one's 100% perfect. So sometimes if you give certain people too much power, they will inevitably abuse it. And whether they misdirect people or they withhold certain information back from people or whatever it may be, there's a degree of intellectual dishonesty among certain groups of people where you can't always 100% rely on everything they say, and we know this in a lot of stuff in everyday life. So it's tricky. I get what you're saying about the trusting and relying on the people who know their craft, but you can't 100% even do that either. That's why we do have to learn on our own and test stuff. But about
I would
Josiah.
second that. I would second that. You
Yeah.
definitely need don't trust what I'm telling you. Do not trust anything I'm saying to you. I suggest you go and learn exactly what you need to learn in order to dissect what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is not my opinion. This is the science. So if you want to know the science, you still have to go out there and learn it. It's not up to me to give it to you. I got it. I got enough for me to get a career out of it. Do I have all of it? No, I don't have all of it. It's too vast to have everything. But the field that I'm in, I'm very fluent with a lot of the things in the field that I'm in. And Lloyd happens to step on that space right now. And it's just like I said, to sell the idea that he has answers when his answers aren't even his answers. That's crazy to me. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you saying something else. I
But
apologize.
yeah, I look forward to whenever Chris can get Josiah back on. I looked for his email, but I never saw it.
I
So
think
I'm
you
not
got your
sure.
email. I think you got your email wrong. I'd say that I'll contact him, but I forgot. I'll contact him tomorrow, and we
Hmm.
can plan.
Hey, I'm in free energy space too. Like that. That's my passion. I told people like I have one video. I only posted one video of my creating like an electrical signal to drive motors with just hot and cold water. Like I do that experiment on my channel. That's the only thing I posted. But that's the space I'm in. I'm trying to actually optimize that down to the semiconductor level because I know we have limitations with the materials we have now with the things that we use for those type devices. But anyway, that's another story. The point is, I am not here to suppress anything, but I damn sure want to squash any of the oh look, this is the next thing. And it's like, no, you really don't see it for what it is. And I don't want you to listen to everything I say. Go study it. It's there. It's in every physics book you can pick up. Just pick up one and just read it. That's all I'm saying. Don't take my word for it. And also do the calculations, do the numbers. I'm not an astrophysicist, but I literally sat down with a flat earther and went through how gravity's calculated just to show them, look, the numbers work. I'm not arguing when the numbers work. They work. So why am I going to denounce it? Because it came from an institution? Well, that institution's teaching the same science that's practiced across the world. And it's been building products since its existence. I don't know what else to trust. Definitely not somebody just watching YouTube videos. So again, don't listen to me. Read the books. Physics, not Lloyd's books, physics books. Not Lloyd's books.
I do want to look through one of them. I forgot which one has which one has the schematic. I gotta look through them. I haven't looked through any of them yet, but
I don't
I
think that any
yeah
has schematics. He said the one with schematics. I think it will come later to be a little bit more expensive.
yeah. I'm not sure which one it is that has it, but I think he has like he released like a few recently.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not sure the title of them though. Yeah, I have to look it up. But yeah, I get your perspective, and I get Lloyd's perspective too. I don't know. I think whatever differences you guys have, I mean, we can't just keep going back and forth on the same thing every time. We got to progress somehow.
Well, it's I would love to progress, and I said it before. The first time I met Lloyd, I was so respectful to that guy. I could have really tore into him, but I didn't. I said, "Let me sit down with the brother. Let me understand where he is and see if we can come to some common ground." Now, me, I'm a mathematical geek, so I get that part. That my approach is sometimes too like above a lot of people's heads with the calculus and all. I get that. And I'm not expecting people to know triple integrals off the top of their head. I'm not expecting that. I'm trying to figure out where you are so we can then meet somewhere. Like on just some conversation. Let me know where you are. I'll tell you where I am, and maybe we can find a common path in there. But when I offered my level of, hey, this is what I think is going on, I was like ignored. And like, you asked me to come here though. I thought that's what you wanted me to do. So I don't know
Hmm.
why I'm being told I'm suppressing. I know, Chris, you asked that in the chat. Am I suppressing free energy? I'm not suppressing anything. I invite anybody's idea. I actually sat and listened to Lloyd pitch that whole solar panel in the basement thing for 20 minutes before I got into it. Like, what is he talking about? Does he not realize you need the intensity of the sunlight? You can't replicate that with LEDs. That's not how
you
that
know,
works.
the only problem with progression right now. I doubt if you guys will progress beyond this. Because when it comes to Lloyd, as of now, when it comes to Lloyd, he will want you to believe in what he's doing, and when it comes to you, you will want him to see how it's supposed to be according
Yeah,
to how you see it. So,
I,
so
I,
I
I
don't,
just
I
offer
don't.
mathematics, bro. I just offer what the mathematics tell me. That's what I follow because I know that's what dictates what's get built in the future. The mathematical models that we have, we derive them to because it's built on empirical data, and I use it. because I know it's been proven time and time again. I trust nothing else but the numbers because I know there's no bias in it if I'm coming up with the same answer mathematically. So something is off if someone's trying to convince me not to use the model that we use every day.
True,
Every
true.
single
But
day we use products made on the same math, physics, and science. I'm supposed to denounce that and say, nah, because it came from an institute. All of this information I'm talking about came from a physics book that an institute had. Are there more than
yeah,
one physics book? Yes.
yeah,
They're all
we
the
can't.
same information, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can't deny that. I mean, obviously, there's been good things that have come out of academic institutions and stuff. Obviously, we can't deny that. But what I'm saying is there's a weakness to that as well, where I think a lot of people overlook, because as you said yourself, all the information, all the data we have on this stuff that we've learned for years, it's all the same, right? We're all learning the same thing. So I think it becomes like a blindness sort of, to where it it's like that's pretty much all you're ever going to see, that dimension of that thing. Like, for example, people don't realize that math is multi-dimensional, right? But we only tend to use, really, at a fundamental level, like, you know few dimensions of it, right? And until we start actually looking at different aspects of how you can use mathematics, we're only ever going to get the same results every time. We might be able to make little incremental steps here, because you can get so much out of that little space, even if that little space might be very vast. But there's still more spaces of that space that's yet to be unused, so people will never really see the whole picture. So that's why I think that this idea of relying on what's the standard now is sort of a weakness, because the standards will always change as
I
new
I
things
do not
develop.
agree with a standard. I don't think I'm speaking of believing in a standard, but there
Well,
is
well,
a proper method to apply
yeah,
a
yeah.
scientific approach. There's a reason why it's a method.
I
There's a
get, I get,
reason, and
I get.
it's not a theory. It's a scientific theory. They're not the same. So this is a different walk, and this is what I always stress too. This
Well,
is not for the layman. A lot of this stuff is not for the layman. You have to put in your time to understand some of this stuff. You should not be on the internet talking about quantum physics if you've never taken a calculus course. Like that to me blows my mind when I see that on the internet. But the internet has it all the time. People do it all the
well,
time. And
I, I,
that's crazy to me.
I think there's a difference between a theory and like actual proof, because there's a lot of things that are theories, but people actually take it as fact, which, and then vice
Well,
versa as well.
this is why I'm a stickler for the language. A scientific theory is not a theory. So when people
Mm.
actually get loose with the language, sometimes the message get lost in translation because the language isn't specific. Again, this is why I stress it. This is why I stress it. I know the ramifications. If I don't get the language down, I can't reach my audience the way I want to. I could lose them because I said something that was fundamentally off and didn't make sense and confused the hell out of the people that actually know what I'm trying to say. Like, that's not right. That doesn't even make sense. If it doesn't make sense, I have to humble myself and listen to why it doesn't make sense. I had to train myself to do that. And I'm okay with that now because I know that makes me stronger. So that's why I listen to Lloyd. That's why I listen to some of the ideas that I've heard on the internet are crazy. I'll listen to it. I'm not here to just throw darts at it. I'm listening. But understand when you do this, it violates a fundamental law that we know there are no known exceptions to this. One of them in thermodynamics, you can't get more power out than power in. That is a fundamental thermodynamic law. No system
Or
does it.
its energy can't be created or destroyed. But yeah.
Same difference. It's the same difference.
Well,
It's it's that means you can't create more power than you put into it. It's the same. It's saying the same thing.
not necessarily true. I mean, our bodies work off of how much watts of energy. Yeah, we could do actually output way more energy from our bodies than what is actually being
You
used.
you know that energy came from somewhere though, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it can be from very small nutrients that
Yes.
probably in the grain of rice that you eat gives you way more energy than what you're actually, using in your
Yes.
body.
Yes, I agree. I'm again. You. It's still power in, power out. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I
It's the
know,
same
but
thing.
yeah,
Your body
that
doesn't
that
create power that it didn't already have.
yeah,
You
that's
can't
why I
just.
say
Yeah, I'm sorry.
it's
Go ahead. Go
not
ahead.
necessarily, yeah, it's not necessarily exactly the same that you can't get more in than you get out, or get more out than you put in. That's why I was saying it's more that energy can't be created or destroyed, which is more reasonable. But um yeah, I get your points, but yeah, I just think sometimes people they listen, because I like to listen to people, but the difference is that some people, they listen to reply instead of listening to understand. And I think there's a distinction between the two. I think this is kind of what's going on between you and Lloyd. This is why we can't progress.
Well, I told him why I don't understand some of the things he says. And he gets mad at me because he says, well, because I didn't say it right. Well, again, I'm the audience. You're pitching your idea to me. I'm the audience. If I don't get what you're telling me, either there's something wrong with how you're saying it, or it's my understanding or misunderstanding of what you're saying. Either way, we can't come on common ground unless we break it down to smaller pieces. What are you talking about? Because here's where I have a problem with what you just said. I know of no known system in the world that gets more power out than you put in. But yet you're telling me there's energy that we can capture out of this thing and do something else with it. I argue we had to have put that energy in there first in order to get it out. So what are you telling me? I need more information because you're losing me on that fundamental flaw. I'll call it a flaw. And that's where the dissension comes in. It starts getting all, you got the institution telling you that they lied to you and the government, like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not talking political. I'm not talking all that other stuff. I'm only coming in with math and physics. That's all I have. I don't have a political opinion. I don't have a personal opinion. I don't have any opinion biased by me. I'm telling you what the numbers are telling me.
So So I did. I know. In case Lloyd today showed us a model where we know already they have a way that they can be able to increase the voltage. Now, in case he showed us another model where he's now able to increase current as well on the same system, where he's able to increase current and voltage. Now you will agree and maybe start looking into it and see how they're doing it.
Well, the only way he's going to increase current is to put those panels in parallel, but he's never going to increase voltage that way. He's going to be stuck at 17 volts or whatever it is. But the output of zero point zero 0.03 amps is going to be consistently coming in if you put them in parallel. So if you have 10 of them at zero point zero 0.03 amps, you're going to get zero point 0.3 amps for 10 panels. But again, it's still mathematically sound that you can't get more out than you put in. So he can configure it any way he wants.
Let
I can literally tell him, you really don't even have to put the panels together. I can show you the math. You ain't even got to waste your time, but do it just so we can see. I'm willing to listen, measure it. I want to see it. So we both understand. Now we're on the same common ground. That's all I've been asking him to do. Just show me what you need to show me to make sure we're in the same ballpark of conversation. When you start talking about pulling in batteries and controllers and the grid, and you're just muddying the waters. Don't do all of that. You're making it worse. Just focus on a small, simple, confined piece, and we can talk about that. That's
I,
all. That was my approach. Don't bring in all this other stuff.
40 supersonic. No, I mean Tech 9 is asking who is this. It's 14 supersonic who is live today. I know you guys and him, you're always on different sides. Yeah, and for Tech
Yeah,
9 is
yeah. This is supersonic tech nine. This is you have history.
yeah, he's asking.
Mhm.
He was asking that who is this. But the two, yeah. And Nebs, thanks a lot for being around. Nebs Coast, thanks a lot for being around. So I don't know what were we talking about.
I mean, he could say that. He could say whatever he thinks, but I mean, he
Oh,
needs to
40,
also give some proof too.
40 supersonic. Yeah, 40 supersonic says there's nothing like free energy. But when it comes to free energy, you say that it depends on the definition of the person of the term.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
even if it's free for you when you want to scale up, like solar will be free for you, but you have to spend on buying the equipment and all that. But if you want to scale it
yeah,
up and
yeah.
apply to your neighbors and maybe more
Hey,
people,
where does
you have.
ChatGPT get its answer when it's answering a scientific breakdown?
You're saying?
It's getting it from the knowledge learned, right? There has to be
Yeah,
some database of where it's grabbing this from. Like, you know what I
yeah.
mean? Like, obviously, it's
It's
keywords.
its
It's hitting
it's
on
its
keywords, but
training. It's its training data. Yeah. I
yes,
mean, it's a
yes.
bit more complex than that because a lot of people think that the models are just spitting out exact representations of the data, but it's not really like that. Even though it can do that, it's not really doing that. It would be a whole talk to explain that. Maybe we could get into that some other day if we're like really getting into a deep dive on AI. But
There's an int
yeah,
there's a I guess the way I see it, like, because I remember when the Google thing happened, I look at it as, like, when Google used to be the thing to go and search, it'll give you references. It didn't actually parse out the pieces you wanted. It just hit keywords and boom, here's 10 articles about whatever you're looking up. ChatGPT attempts to make some correlation with the information it's getting. Whatever way it does that, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't claim to know. But I know it's making an attempt to interpret the answer. Google
yeah.
doesn't do that. Google doesn't do that. It only just gives you here's the article, here's the PDF, here's the website that got keyword
Actually,
hits. Here you go.
actually, Google does have somewhat of an intelligent algorithm behind it, but it's not, at least not
Now,
to my
right?
knowledge, it's not like an actual AI. Well, it could be at this point, but
Yeah, that's
yeah,
now,
it
right?
does
That's
have
like a new
something.
add-on.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it
yeah.
comes up as let me see, because I just saw it. It's like AI review or something that says when you search something
Yeah,
in
yeah,
Google
they
now.
just added that maybe like several months
It's
back.
usually it is usually a summary of at the top
So
nowadays. At the top when you search it, it gives you a summary, but it's
Yeah,
AI
yeah.
based.
You can expand on what it shows you, and it'll switch over to Gemini. Something, I think that's what they're using when they use that. But
So I mean, for this supersonic release from Scamchan is saying that the body isn't putting out more power than what goes in. I know that before you come in, I know that some people are calculating when it comes to when you want to manage your body weight and all that. There's somebody who is calculating like what you when you eat food, like what it does in terms of calories, how much energy will that be converted in, depending on what you do during the day. It shows maybe how much energy you spend. So then they tell you that you need to eat maybe a certain amount of food so that you don't put more into your body and you are consuming less energy. So in that case, it means what you put in is more like what your body just consumes. It doesn't create like extra energy or anything. But yeah, you can try to answer as you answer scam chat.
yeah, it's a little bit more complex than just going in and out, obviously. But I mean, you can't really say that the energy that the food that you're eating doesn't have less energy in than whatever you're using, because some people can do, let's say for example, if you compare like an average person to an athlete, that whatever, maybe they're running a mile sprint or something, or if they're playing basketball and they're jumping to duck the basket dunk the basketball or something, they're using so much more energy than the average person would be from eating, let's say, the same amount of food, or maybe even just a little more. And then there's other stuff on top of that too, that they use to optimize their bodies. But you do output more energy on paper than what you're putting in when you're eating food. So yeah. It's- but back to the
And
AI stuff. Yeah, it's kind of wanted to get back to that talk anyways. But yeah, it's kind of why also, even with AI, power is very important. I think that's kind of why something like just being able to just be off grid, or being able to run like huge models that doesn't break your bank, because these things use a lot of electricity. Well, especially if you're running like massive servers, because these companies, they burn through, forget the exact number, but it's a lot of energy, a lot of energy to run these models, because the data is essentially coming, it's being streamed over the cloud, but all that information is, all the models are stored on the servers, and then the models do their inference and they give you the data you want out. But yeah, like I have so many things that I could be able to do if we had like better power systems. And I think that that's just why, a lot of people need to be using all these tools that they have at their disposal to, maybe even if you think that Lloyd's, not his stuff doesn't work or whatever, I think someone, you don't need a professional lab to do this. And I think we're getting to that point to where with AI, I think everyone will have the capability of becoming a developer, or if they have a certain interest, they can sort of delve into different scientific fields. They can, I don't know, learn and do stuff they always wanted to with finances and all sorts of things. It's just, it gives more, it has its cons obviously, but it without a doubt, it gives more power to people than what we've ever had before. And if we had better power systems, we could just do even more with this stuff. Like I've had an idea for the exoskeleton project that I'm doing, that I can't do it yet, but I think there's some stuff that I've been working on, and including I want to test Lloyd stuff and see how that works, and some other things too that I've found out about. But if I can get them to work, I could even put an AI into the system that runs the exoskeleton to do even more advanced functionalities. So there's a lot of stuff, and I need a lot of power for that. So, and it has to be compact too.
so that's
Um,
why you want to try to experiment with how you can be able to create more energy. Like
yeah. I'm looking for really practical things, because there's really nothing out yet that I've seen commercially that could do anything that I need. I mean, I've been planning this for like years. I think back, I was still in college around this time. It was at least like 5 or 6 years ago. I came up with some of these projects that I've been working on now. And over time, I kind of plotted out details on how I wanted to do things, but I had gaps in knowledge that kind of filled in over time. And it got to the point now to where I was getting really close to figuring out, because I really don't like doing things until I have a almost near exact idea on how I'm going to do it. Then I go off and I experiment and I start testing, so I make less mistakes when I'm actually building things. But with when AI started coming about, when I started realizing the potential and what I could actually do with it, then it's exponentially increased like a lot of progress. Like things that would have taken me months, if not years, I figure it out in just like maybe a week or a few days, even just by working with the AI.
So
So I think,
as of now,
yeah, go ahead.
the biggest thing that's holding you back is power.
For my robotics stuff, based
Yes.
stuff, yeah, yeah. And also, anything I want to use AI with on top of that, it's just going to need more power because I'm going to need to run it, uh, more power hungry hardware like a GPU or something in there. So
Now, see, for me, what I hear is if someone really wants to make an impact in that space, why don't we make the chips more efficient? Less
yeah,
heat,
I mean, yeah, they
less.
make them
So those
more
type
efficient.
things to me make me think about I can't jump in that space without knowing what's in that space. So y- y- there is no going around the learning. You're going to have to dig deep. You're not going
Yeah,
to come out with an answer. What is the probability? I'm a huge probability and statistics fan too. What is the
mm,
probability of someone who's never practiced anything in that field to come up with a a solution? Usually it comes from high probability, it comes from somebody who's in the field, who sees the problem, understands the shortcomings, and tries to improve on those.
that's
It's very rare,
that's true.
extremely rare, coming from somebody who never was in the space to actually be that impactful. Even somebody like a Steve Jobs, he didn't actually build it. He had the idea. That's
He
great.
was just a
He
marketing
couldn't
guy.
build it. He couldn't build it, correct. Somebody had to go in the lab and figure out how to even pull this off. So you call the ones that are actually in that space. Look, I'm the idea guy. I need somebody to build me this, and this. Go do it. Now, who do I get to go do it? People that know this space inside out. That's
Yeah,
what you,
yeah.
that's not even a surprise in everyday learning or everyday living. If your chest starts hurting, you don't call your mechanic. You call the
The
people
doctor.
that
Yeah.
practice this stuff. This is nothing new. We lean on the experts when we want to. If you want to get surgery, we usually get a second opinion from who? Not the mechanic, another person in this space that may have a different approach, but still understands the space. We do this all the time, but now for some reason we're being selective with maybe we should get everybody a voice. Not everybody should have a voice in every space. Not so loud that they compete. Like, how do you compete? You just walked in the door. You didn't. What have you done to even earn that spot? You don't get to just walk in and decide that you're going to be a voice. Wait a minute. The world is
See that
not.
I could kind of agree with you on that point. I think that if you know that you're not 100% like, or maybe not, it doesn't even have to be 100, but you don't know nearly as much as like even the average person in that field. If you want to share information, then true, but if you're trying to, I guess, somewhat make waves, or try to pass your voice as being like a major thing in the scene, uh
ID.
you maybe should know a little more. But I think that that's why I take the approach with things that I'm doing where I don't want to really show anything until I have it working 100%. And then I'll open source everything and let people test it for themselves to see if it works. If they couldn't get it to work, then fine. Then I'll be. If someone did get it to work, then it worked for them. But I don't
ID.
need to make a huge splash about what I
ID.
did. It's
A question
oh
for you,
yeah.
ID.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. WP Gen.
That's
So
Gerald.
hear what I'm saying to you. Hear what I'm saying. As you said, is Gerald?
Yeah.
I am not saying you have to have a degree, but you damn sure better be practicing this. You think people in their garage are just coming up with it as they're sipping on a beer? They're they're taking chances. They're trying different things out. I am
Mm.
not saying don't do that. No, 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 no. I'm not saying only degreed people can make decisions. No, 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 no. What I'm saying is, if it comes from anyone on this planet in a specific space as an elevation to that technology, what's the probability of it coming from somebody sitting in their garage? It's extremely rare. Extremely rare. It's not 0%, but it's damn close. Usually these things come from someone who understands where we are now and then build up on that information to move us forward. You can't move us forward if you don't know where we've been and you don't know where we're at. How do you learn these two spaces, where we've been and where we're at? Study. Study what we do, why we do it, when we do it, where we do it. Now you can say, hey, wait a minute. I know we've been doing this like this all this time. What happens if we do this? If somebody has more experience in that space, you don't dismiss them, you listen to them. If you have questions or if you have concerns about what they just said, that could be the dialogue. But you must open the dialogue by saying you have to know what you're talking about before you walk in this door. You cannot expect somebody to come out here and violate the laws of physics, the laws of physics that is practiced, understood, and manipulated across the globe just because he doesn't understand the math or the physics. That's that's it's dangerous because that's where ChatGPT sort of puts batteries in people's backs. They think they can run off and just start telling people what it is. You haven't even learned yet. You got to crawl
Ironically though,
before you walk.
ironically though, I actually have a bit of a counter argument here. Um, back a couple months ago when DeepSeek R1 came out, that pretty much everyone else training their models were like nearly instantly behind them because they had because over the past few years or so these companies have been spending like absorbent amounts of cash just to train their models and run their servers. And what they've been doing is instead of figuring out more efficient algorithms, they were just throwing all the money they had at the wall. Just instead of being more smart about how they solve the problem, they were just throwing money at the wall to solve the problem. And you might have all the money in the world, but at some point, it's going to get to a point to where you're just going to start getting diminishing returns. And not that there was diminishing returns, but when DeepSeek R1 came out, it was showing that, whoa, everyone else was just doing way too much, spending way too much money, using way too much resources for models that were really not as efficient as they could have been. And, with DeepSeek coming out of China, they had been having issues with sourcing GPUs. I think it was because at the time there is still like a huge demand of it, but they, with the high demand, it was becoming evident that we can't just keep trying to throw money at the problem. So what do we do? Maybe figure out a better way to train them, um, figure out better processes that will actually just make the models themselves more efficient in the training process. So we don't really have to use as much computing power as we used to. And so then when DeepSeek came out, everyone was like, whoa, this thing is really good. It's like going head to head with the top models. And this is like the biggest model. So we're not really talking about running it on your own computer, even though some people can if you have the rig. I mean, it still costs maybe $3,000, $4,000 for it. But you would be able to run it at home. But I'm just saying in general, the ones that they were running in their servers, it was going head to head with like ChatGPT and Google and all the other platforms. And what they did in response is they were saying, "Oh, they're trying to keep starving them of more GPUs, so they can't keep making breakthroughs." they were saying stuff like, "Oh, they're stealing data. They're doing this and that." Meanwhile, it's also ironic for them because what everyone was accusing ChatGPT just like a year ago of, copyright infringement and stealing everyone's data, because everything on the internet, it's not really like unless it's private, it's free reign. They can train on it if they wanted to. And so it's kind of like the rules they have for thee but not for me, that kind of argument. So it's like when they realized that this entity that they thought was behind everybody, because China was a little bit behind Chat GPT and similar models for a while, but for a little while, but they were starting to catch up. And it was almost as if that one moment overnight, they just like instantly jumped in front of everybody. And then, around that time too, the market took a bit of a dip, especially with Nvidia. They lost like billions or something in that one instant. But yeah, sometimes if something comes out that people didn't figure out first, you do sometimes get those situations where the competition, they can't really compete because they've been going about it the same way, and they've been going so headfirst into it for so long, they didn't really think about doing it another way until they were almost forced to have to do it because someone decided, all right, look, we're low on resources, so we'll try to figure out another way to do it. Since they say, what's that phrase? When you're, it's like something like when you lack the resources, it breeds creativity or something like that. I forgot the exact phrase, but yeah, so they got around that and they figured out a solution to it. So I just think that when we look at
Yeah, I
people like,
always give credit. I always give credit to growing up humble and not a lot of money for my creativity. I'm not gonna lie, I
mm,
didn't have a lot, so I created something out of what I had in front of me, which wasn't much, but my
yeah,
creativity sparked. But yeah, yeah, I don't I don't want the message to be misconstrued. I don't expect people to only listen to degreed people, but understand if that's their space and that's what they practice and that's what they do, you might want to at least hear them out before you discount them as being some paid off government whatever. I don't believe in all the conspiracy stuff. Me personally, that's why I said the math is the
mm,
math. I don't. It doesn't care about my opinion. It doesn't care about what I want it to be. It'll tell me what it is if I know how to properly apply it and actually manipulate it. So that it's twofold. It's not just using it; it's knowing when to use it. It's knowing
yeah,
when to
true.
actually apply. Um, a perfect example. One of the greatest things I've ever seen was one of the most frustrating times in my life. I had a physics course, and the teacher and the professor told everybody the final will be open book, and everybody high fived. Everybody high fived. Oh, it's going to be open book. Gave everybody a page with 30 equations on it, no labels. It was open book. The only way you pass that test is if you knew how and when to apply the equation. Now, we only needed about 7 of them, but he threw 30 of them on the sheet. So that was the rub. That was hey, the only way you're going to know this is if you studied. So just because it's open book doesn't mean, hey, I get to, this is easy. No, no, no. Part of this lesson is knowing when to apply it because there are certain restrictions on which equation to use. But you only know that if you studied. So I'm always in that study mode, and that's what I push. I'm okay with the freelance person, trying things out. But along the way, if you're going to spend 10, 15 years spinning your wheels in your garage, I would like for you to come out with something like, hey, get credit for the time you put in. Get credit for the time you spent reading and studying and trying to understand. Do you read books for 10, 15 years and nothing to show for it? Like, unless that's entertainment, I don't know why you even did that. That
Yeah,
that's crazy
sometimes
to me, to be honest.
mm, sometimes it's not always that simple. Sometimes people do actually like just doing things just because they like it. It gives them a challenge. It's like, like some of these these hackers that if they ever eventually get caught, they end up working for the government because they knew something that they weren't doing, and they were able to get through their firewalls or whatever protection systems they had in place, and they hired them because, well, they gave them an ultimatum: either you go to jail or you just work for us. And it's kind of like it's kind of like that where it not everything is black and white. There's always a little bit of gray somewhere. That's why
Yeah,
I
but
kind of like to say.
that falls into probability and statistics again. That's that the odds of that being the scenario very low,
True, it's not
very low,
common, but
very
it does
low.
happen. Yeah.
But that's why I said I can't. There is no definitive, right? I don't. I'm not speaking in definitive language. I'm not saying this is the end all be all. But the chances, probability, statistically, the breakdown of the odds, looking at all of that, which again it is another skill that doesn't come overnight. You got to really study statistics in a certain way to understand. Like when if a politician's lying to you when they throw numbers at you, I can sniff it out so quick it's crazy because I know what they're trying to do. But yeah, numbers can do that. But if you know, wait a minute, if I got a 1% chance of this happening, but a 60% chance this is going to happen, like you got to take that into account with decision making. I mean, it should be anyway.
Oh yeah,
Probably should be
yeah, I
part
know.
of everybody's, like if it came down to decisions of should I go left or right? Well, yeah, if there's a higher chance you're going to get unalived in that alleyway if you go right, you might not want to make that your first option. Are there any other options here? So that always comes into play. But yeah, it's I'm a stickler for the numbers, and that's why I always look at what are chances, what are odds, what's the statistical model here. And if I don't have one, I need to find some data that at least supports me having to make that decision. I can't just make a blind decision. There's too much information out here to make blind decisions.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm a proponent of that. I always, when I do something or when I want to get some result out of whatever it might be, I always want to make sure that what I'm doing is correct before I do it at all, usually. Sometimes, even though that comes with its downsides, because if you take way too long to do some things, you might never actually get anywhere. So it's like a balance.
Yes. Yes,
Um,
but that comes with experience, right? That comes with like just knowing sometimes there's a time sensitive crunch there. You got to make a decision. But,
yeah,
and
yeah.
if your back's against the wall, like, what do you do? Like, oh, well, I have to do something. Yeah, yeah.
True,
Like I
true.
said, this is all fluid. This is all fluid.
Yeah.
This is
I
all
mean,
fluid. I think,
that's kind of why that's why I think a lot of people sort of do the freelance stuff, tinkering in their basement and whatnot, because sometimes you can't always work with certain people because everyone has their own perspective about things. So you might see something one way, and the other people or person might see something another way, and you'll just never come to a head. Um, and then you might really like what you're doing enough to where you just like, what, screw it, I don't care if I make any money off of it or whatever I do with it, I just want to see if it works. And then you kind of just go off and do that. But it's kind of,
here's the thing. If it doesn't work, you either have to figure out why it didn't work, but you
yeah, of
have to
course.
accept that it didn't work.
No, of course, that's
I-
why you go back to the drawing board if it doesn't work, and you figure
Correct.
out how to get it to work.
And
Yeah.
somebody asked in the chat, like Lloyd just wanted people to build stuff. I think Chris, you in there trolling your own chat, bro. What are you doing? Yeah, Chris was saying that Lloyd wanted people to actually build stuff. I'm sorry, but Lloyd doesn't build a lot of the things he's telling you to build. That's the weird part about it too. He has no videos on a lot of the major things he talks about. So again, I'm okay with telling people like, look, experiment, do this and that. But if you haven't tried it, what the hell are you telling me to do? How you gonna tell
I,
me to live off the grid and you don't live off the grid? That's crazy.
I think he just wants people to just experiment and kind
He
of
said
just
he
be
wants
creative with problem solving.
So he can have the answer, then you put a video up, and then he takes that and uses it with his chat GPT. That's the plan.
he said he wants people to experiment, huh?
Yeah, but
To
he
do
might want to
more.
try it first. Like
And
you got these people off running off to try all these experiments, and you again. Look, has anyone seen a full system that we've been talking about for the last 3 weeks about what, like this
There
whole
were some
contraption?
there
I'm
were
sorry. Go ahead.
some people there were some people who got who showed them getting
there's a there's a
yeah, go ahead.
WhatsApp group. There's a WhatsApp group where they
Can
share.
we get them over here? Because Lloyd doesn't have any real like data points.
There were a couple guys on the last stream, but for some reason they got
But
like kicked out of
like
the
I was
stream or
saying,
something.
it's voltage that they're able to increase.
Oh
But
yeah,
not
that's right. You're saying they were showing the voltage, but not the current.
Not the
I
current.
think they were showing just the panels getting the additional voltage output, but I'm not sure if any of them have shown them actually powering something from it yet. I'm
yeah,
in the group. I could check. I haven't looked through it in a little bit.
yeah. They just
Yeah,
I think
I'm always also too the power that they actually put into those contraptions. You cannot negate that. That power came from somewhere. So if you're pulling it from your system only to add back whatever came out of the panels, you lost. You lost. It is a fundamental fact. I don't care if you plug that into an inverter, that inverter's plugged into somewhere. The energy came from somewhere. So you took from a reservoir, whether it was a battery, whatever it was, you took 5 watts out of that. I don't want to hear about putting 1 watt back in and then claiming victory. I'm sorry. I would be
yeah,
better off just not taking the five at
yeah,
all.
yeah. I don't think anyone's denied that the power isn't you know losing somewhere, but I think
Lloyd
that
doesn't think he's losing.
well, see, he actually does say that the power is going out. That's why people should pay more attention. But he was saying that there's a component that, and I believe like a couple other guys have mentioned this too, but there's a component to power that sometimes people often neglect, where there's a time element to it. And obviously, batteries, they
Explain that a
will.
little better. Can you explain that a little better?
Okay. So, you know how when your battery goes to zero, right? Uh, Eventually, if you keep cycling it, the more times you cycle the battery, the less efficient it'll become, and it won't be able to charge up to that same rate over time, right? Well,
Yeah, that's
s-
just electric dipole moments in the battery. They eventually
yeah,
get
yeah,
static and they can't
yeah,
flip. That's all.
dendrites and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's very similar in this aspect, but on a bigger scale, where the entire system, as the power is cycling through, eventually that battery will run out, right? But it's running out slower than it would otherwise. And I remember he was saying something about the whole concept of over unity, and how he was saying how he was actually the original person who coined it. I don't know. I can't verify that for sure,
No,
but
he's not. He's not. He's not.
well, the way he explains it makes more sense than the way people like to think of
with
it. So I
He
can't say if he did
redefined
or
it.
didn't.
He
with uh,
redefined it. That's what he did. He redefined the word to make it fit whatever the hell he was trying to
Well,
explain. But
I have
he
a,
he
he
was
repurposed the word.
I have a question for this supersonic tech nine, saying that you say that you did the experiment.
he.
You did
I
Lloyd's
did his.
experiment.
Oh no! I said that I was in the process of it. I was reverse engineering it, and I was preparing
Uh,
to actually do the experiment. Yeah, yeah. I didn't say I actually did it yet, but I'm preparing to do it. But he was saying how where over Unity isn't necessarily more in than more out than in, or generating power from like nowhere. He was saying that a it was like a time state where it's you're cycling between different sources over time to essentially make it so that the system lasts much longer than it otherwise would without the design of the circuit system. And it could, I guess it could be, doesn't necessarily have to be how he has his design, but it could be anyone who could come up with the more efficient design than his.
So if he's saying that by using his contraption that the battery lasts longer than without it, he's claiming more out than in.
No,
Ye-
when he
yes
was
and
talking
no.
about over Unity, and also I will play this video, see what someone shared on the group. So when he was talking about over Unity, he meant like if you have like let's say 4 or 5 batteries stacked together but not connected, like not connected in series. I think you connect them in parallel or something. Then now you have one battery which is running your house or your systems, and when it runs to, let me do this first. When it runs to something like 40%, somewhere around 60 or 40%, you stop using it. Then you switch to now a different battery that now is running the house and also powering these LEDs, which can now recharge the first battery. And the rate of recharge will not be high because you know initially that's what you were saying. You're not creating more, like more energy, you're not creating a lot of it, so a lot of energy. So but it will be able to recharge the other battery because it will be low, using how he's saying that when you cassette the MOSFETs. Now when
Mm.
it
Has
gets,
anybody seen MOSFETs charge his batteries?
Yeah, actually, he showed it in one of his videos. I forgot, it was one like a month or so ago. And he showed how he didn't actually show how it was connected, but he showed him actually he showed the MOSFET setup, and then he skipped to showing the inverter outputting power. But when he showed the MOSFETs, he was trying to show which type it was, the exact identifier number, and you couldn't really see what it was. But what I
Correct.
actually
I
did,
saw that video. I tried to
yeah,
find that
yeah.
number two because
So
he
I,
can't
I,
identify a
I know,
MOSFET.
I know what it is. I knew what I figured it out, and I figured it out myself. But also using AI, it helped me get the correct number because I have the ones that he was using. Give me a sec. Let me.
so there's this one. Let me play it as before it comes back.
Okay, I got it right here. I forgot exactly which one, but it was one of the IRF series. I think it was the maybe the 520 in or the 530 in. But when I did the math, it added up exactly with the capability of the MOSFET.
What does that
So
mean?
I so when he was running the inverter, it put out like at a peak of like 1,000 and something, but the numbers were fluctuating pretty quickly, and so I figured that that's probably the response of the switching on and off states. But
That's
when
a
I
total guess right there, bro. That's a total guess.
yeah, true, but you kind of have to guess somewhere. He didn't really give the whole picture, so I
No,
had to.
no, you don't. You should not have to. You should not ever have to guess on
I
somebody else's product.
true, but if you don't have the answer, you gotta figure it out. You gotta fill in the gap somewhere.
Ask
But
him.
yeah, yeah.
Ask him.
Well,
You know
we'll
that's
see.
what I've
We'll
been
see.
trying to get. Ask him.
But yeah, so I did the math on the MOSFET's capabilities. It's 100 volts up to 100 volts in, and 9.7 amps out of the drain. And
Current does not come out of the MOSFET.
no, I didn't say out of the MOSFET's gate.
You
I
said out
said
of the
out of the
drain.
drain. Yes.
Yes, again, the current goes from the drain to the source. It does not come out of the MOSFET.
You do know
That,
that different transistors have different. So, for
yes,
example, with
an
the
NPN device is a current device. It's not, if you're looking for current, this is why voltage
no, there's
regulators are used with NPN devices because
no
they are current controlled current sources.
IRFs work in reverse. You have the BJTs, which
That's an
take
NPN. That's an NPN.
yeah. The IRF is not NPN. It's the reverse. It takes voltage and then it converts to current.
Exactly what I'm saying. A MOSFET does not output current. The current
I,
only travels through the device to ground. It does not leave the device.
okay, how are the pins set up? It's left to right. From left to right is gate, drain, source, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so for BJT,
It's base
it's I
collector
think it's
emitter.
yeah, correct. So it's I believe the emitter is in the center, correct?
I don't recall exactly what pin it is.
Good position.
Schematically, they move around when people draw these things.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Mm.
But again, this is definitely. I showed the IV curve. I showed the IV curve for a reason because it actually dictates what every MOSFET does when under bias. And if you don't have a drain voltage, you get no current. But if you do get current, it's going through from the drain to the source to ground. It does not
Well,
leave.
I either way you put it, I did the math and it added up what was coming out of the inverter. So I can't say exactly what he was doing there.
That's why I said it's muddy. He muddies the water with all these other contraptions because it gets hidden. It gets
Well, we
hidden
can't
every time.
we can't unless he actually shows exactly what he's doing to either prove or disprove. We can't really say exactly if it's doing something wrong or not. You can
Well, I
only assume at
guarantee
this
you, if he
point.
shows you, he's going to have to admit. I can guarantee it, but that's okay. It's just my word. But either way, if he shows it, he's going to have to accept what comes out of that. I think there's a reason why he never shows it. Totally, I think there's a reason for that.
Well,
But
I don't think he has an ulterior motive. I just think he has his own way of trying to show information, even if it's not always completely clear.
yeah,
But
yeah. I mean, it's either deliberate ignorance or yeah, he just doesn't know. But either way, he's not giving the information needed to understand what's going on. And this is another reason why I lean on the numbers is because they're predictable. We have models that can tell you what that MOSFET will do when you power it up. I don't need to actually go in the lab and do it because I know what that MOSFET's going to do when I bias it. I know because I've done it, but now I don't have to because I have a model that can replicate it. I can do it in software if I need to. Doesn't matter. It's just a model. But I know what it's going to do if I put 17 on the gate at zero point zero 0.03 amps, which is negligible because it's a gate. And if I put 17 amps, zero point zero 0.03 on the drain, those zero point zero 0.03 amps is going straight to ground. They're not coming out. So that MOSFET, even if you switch it really fast, you don't get back EMF without inductance. That's another thing. There's no inductor, you're not getting major back EMF. You're not. You may get some from the MOSFET because there's parasitic inductance because of the structure of the device, but it is nowhere near the level you get if you had an inductor. And where does that
well,
spike come from?
it,
Putting energy in the coil, and then you flip that thing off and it tries to reverse the polarity. That's where the spike
yeah,
comes from.
yeah.
The
But if
coil.
you might if you might get back EMF, I mean, have you ever taken a step further and tried doing something different?
Well, you can't because MOSFETs are super sensitive. This is why it actually blows up with static
Yeah,
electricity.
because
It's
people run it
very
at
it's not built for that. It's not built for that. So when
that is
it's
true.
damaging.
It's because people run it at the peak efficiency. That's why.
No,
So
no,
obviously you
no, no.
shouldn't.
That's something Lloyd said. That's something Lloyd said. That is not true. That is not
It
true.
is.
It's not peak efficiency. You're actually operating it out of a safe operating area. You can Google this SOA MOSFET, safe operating area. There is a range that you keep the bias, the
Okay.
current through. All of that property can
Okay.
come in. It comes in
What's
the
the
data sheet.
what's
It's
the
in the
safe
data sheet
range?
of every safe. It depends on the MOSFET because all MOSFETs are not the same. The
Give
characteristics of
like
how it
a
operates the same.
give like a ballpark range. Like that's most common.
It depends. You can have like 50-volt versions. You can have, 10-volt versions. It depends. It depends on the
No,
size. Are you talking nanoscale?
I'm not talking about drain source and drain. I'm talking about the frequency that you switch to the MOSFET.
What about it?
What's the peak? Because I thought that's what you're talking about. What's like the
No, you
range?
said peak efficiency, and I said it had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, see,
So
that's
the
why I was saying. That's why I was saying that's where it's like that's where the confusion is. I think on
because
both
that's
sides
something
because
that Lloyd said. Lloyd is running with that. It has nothing to do with that.
yeah, it does
It's
because when
it's
you
not
switch when you
breaking because you're running at peak efficiency. If you're running at peak efficiency, that means it's at its optimal position. Peak efficiency means it is doing everything it needs to do with minimal loss. That's efficiency. That's peak efficiency. Has nothing to do with it blowing up. It's
y-
blowing up because you operated it out of its safe operating area, SOA. It's in every data sheet of every MOSFET. If you
that's
look it up and find it in the data
yeah,
sheet, it will tell you.
that's yeah, that's why I was saying what's the safe operating range, but you were saying you're just giving
It
volts and amps.
depends. That's
But the
where it
MOSFET
operates.
is a
That's
switch.
where it is.
Yeah,
Say it again.
But the MOSFET is a switch. And when you're
It's
dealing
actually
with
a
the
variable resistor, but
wh-
Lloyd denounces that too.
what? No, a transistor is not a resistor.
All right, I'm going to give you a lesson. Please accept this. All right, Supersonic. The word
All right, go ahead.
transistor. The word transistor is a combination between transfer and resistor. That's how they came up with the word transistor. It is a variable resistor when you vary the gate voltage. It is not a on off. It can be. You can just do plus or minus 5 volts, plus or minus, plus or zero, plus 5 volt
Oh,
zero, plus 5
okay,
volt
okay.
zero. But if you do 1 volt, 2 volt, 3 volt, 4 volt, 5 volt, it gradually increases
I,
the resistance or decreases the resistance on that channel. It is a variable resistor in its
okay,
purest sense.
okay. I can counter on that argument a little bit. So to an extent, you can use it like that. Yes, that is
And what do you
true.
mean you can use it? That's what it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's only half of how you use it. So, for
It's not
example,
half
right?
of how you use it. It's in the name itself, bro. That's why I asked you, did you want to accept that?
No,
Because
no,
it's literally in the name itself.
because there's literally things that we use every day that's in my hand right now, and that you're using
Understood?
that.
Understood.
Okay, so
Google where the word transistor comes from. Google it, chat
no,
GPT it, come back with the answer and tell me whether or not what I just said is incorrect so we
I
can learn.
I don't doubt that that's I don't doubt that that's wrong. I'm not talking about the term here. No, no. I'm talking about the actual use of it. So, yeah, that's one way you can use it, right? I agree. That's not wrong, right? Because there's different types of transistors, there's the MOSFETs and stuff
Yes.
like that. But then there's also, for example, the semiconductors that are in like CPUs and stuff like that. So,
Hmm.
for example, right, in a CPU, the roughly how is a CPU transistor designed? It's very similar to a MOSFET or. BJT. But
Characteristically, it's the
how does it
exact
work?
same thing.
Correct. But what is it? Why is it able to switch the states between being off and on?
You're talking about MOSFET?
No, no, no. I'm talking about the transistor inside of a CPU.
Again, do you know what transistors they use?
So it's a little different because they use silicon. Um,
No. Silicon is the semiconductor base. There's a lot of things you're missing in there. There's a lot of metal in there. There's vias.
yeah,
There's
I know.
contact vias. There's semiconductors. There's dielectrics. There's all kinds of things in there. The
Yeah, I know,
structure
but
of it, the structure of it is definitely silicon based. Some, not all, because there's different
yeah, yeah,
types of semiconductor devices. But as
I
far as the
know, but
chip, a MOSFET is a MOSFET, whether you make it on a chip or you have one that you could put on a PCB.
I know,
Characteristically,
but
they're the
I'm
same.
let me continue my point. But they're all transistors, so that's why I was trying to bring up this point. So okay, so in a short, I was going to mention the band gap. You know the band gap, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So each CPU, depending on the process node, they have different band gaps, right? Or roughly they're within margin because it's so small, but they all have slightly different band gaps. But it's the band gap that allows the potential for the switch between each transistor in the CPU, right? So is when a CPU is doing its processing calculations, right? Normally, if you want to get more performance out of it, what do you do with that CPU?
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
What,
Are we
what do
talking
you,
MOSFETs?
we're
Are we
talking about
outside the
transistors
chip?
here. We're talking about transistors here.
What kind of transistor?
The transistor that's inside of the CPU.
What kind of transistor?
Semiconducting transistor.
What kind of transistor? See, this is right now we're at an impasse because you don't have the next level to understand my question. There are different types of transistors made silicon based. So you can't just say silicon based. What type of transistor are we talking about? Because the physics are different depending on the structure of the transistor. NPN, aka BJTs, bipolar junction transistors.
Yes,
There's
but
there's there's MOSFETs, there's MESFETs, there's MISFETs. There's a bunch of different transistors here that are not being mentioned, and I don't want to gloss over it and just say transistor. Lloyd tried this before. It's not that simple. We have to
yeah,
be
but
specific.
in a CPU, it's not quite like those types because they're so much smaller. It doesn't work like that because they all
Wait. Say
have
that
to.
again.
So the
Repeat
the
what you just said.
the transistors that are inside of a CPU, right? It doesn't have the same arrangement as like the BJT or the MOSFET. It's different, right? So it's not like I don't know
Wait. Are
what
you
else.
asking me or are you telling me?
Well, I'm just saying like the difference between them because you're saying that what type of transistor? I'm saying the transistor inside of a CPU because the transistor inside of a CPU is not the same as like a MOSFET or a BJT or whatever
Why are you saying that?
because it's a different layout, it's a different arrangement.
Just because it's a
Like
different layout doesn't mean it doesn't have the same characteristic
the
performance.
size is even. I'm saying the baseline performance of it or the function of it is the same, right?
Yes. Yes, but
But
depending on how you build it can have a change in performance. Depending on what materials you use, how you structure the layout, all of that stuff comes into play. So when you just say a transistor, that is way too vague, way too vague.
yeah, but I don't. No one calls the transistor inside of a CPU any other thing besides a
No one who doesn't know.
Okay,
This
okay.
is
What
why
is
I
it?
said is, and again, look, I'm not flexing on you because I don't want it to be that. I'm not flexing on you. I just want to make the point. When you're speaking to someone who understands to that fundamental level, the wish-washy language doesn't work anymore. Just saying transistor doesn't work anymore. If you want to
Mhm.
talk to me about the properties of how a MOSFET works and you want to go down to the nanoscale and you can't identify which transistor we're talking about, our conversation is going to come at a dead end because I need to know which transistor you're talking about. So then I can have my mind ready to understand, okay, I know how the current goes through it. I know how it's biased. I know how it operates. I know if it's different oxide layers, different dielectrics. I know what that does to
Oh,
it.
okay.
Performance wise,
What?
RF, DC, AC, all these things are dependent upon which transistor you are talking
Oh,
about.
okay. So to be specific, okay, what type of transistor is inside of a Ryzen 7 5700X?
You tell me. We're talking your conversation. I ask you, what kind of transistor are we talking about? I
That's what
don't
I
know
that
what that number is.
that's what I'm trying to say. I have that CPU, right?
Okay, now
And
let's talk about the
I know
transistor
how
in it. What's the
I know
transistor in
how
it?
the CPU works, but the
But you may
transistor
not know
in the
how to operate
CPU,
how it operates at the transistor level. You may not know that.
that well, all CPUs work the same way. All the
Well, you're wrong.
transistors, they work the same
Back
way.
up, back up, back up, back up, back up. You just misspoke again. See, again, why is it so hard for people to just say, I don't know? It's okay to not know. There's
No,
no harm
because
in that.
I think you're confused, not me.
How am
I've
I
been working.
confused? You can't even
I've been
tell me what transistor we're talking about. I'm trying to get to the fundamentals that you were
yeah,
trying to reach down to the semiconductor level,
be,
right?
the problem is because you keep assuming that there's more to what type of transistor is inside of a CPU. But I'm
Okay,
telling you, I've been
okay,
learning this stuff with
you're telling me there's only one style of transistor for a CPU. Is that
generally,
what you're telling me?
unless it's a different type of material that the CPU is using. As far as I know, we've been
I'm
using
telling you, there's
silicon
different
based.
transistors.
Okay, so what type of transistor is
It
usually in a
depends on
CPU?
whether you're talking about memory, latch up. There's so many different components that have different structures. So again, if you want to be specific with me, you have to be specific with me. I cannot use wishy-washy language and then I got to assume what you mean. That's where the disconnect happens. Once you start saying things I have no idea what you're talking about, how am I going to be confident you know what you're talking about? This is why I said it can't be so wishy-washy. You can't just
Yeah,
say
but
transistor and call it a day. In your
yeah, but
world, yes. But we're
I
talking silicon based because you brought it up. I didn't bring up silicon, you did. I went there with you.
because every CPU uses silicon. Am I correct?
Not
I'm
necessarily,
trying to.
no. No, because there's different there's
There are
GAN,
different
there's
types of CPU.
hold on, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
yeah,
hold on. There's GAN, that's gallium nitride.
yeah.
SiGe is silicon germanium, right? Now, those are two right there. Like, again, see, I didn't even go that far with it. That's why I said when you talk about a specific transistor, I need to know which one you're talking about because I
Aren't those
know
used in
what
like
pocket it falls into.
aren't those used in like quantum computers or something?
Say that again.
I said, aren't those used in quantum computers? I think, or like
Which one?
a different.
Depends. If you want high performance, there's a certain, yeah, that goes along the lines. Again, yes, that to answer
Ye-
your question, yes, yes, it
Yeah, but
depends.
I'm talking about the common everyday CPU that most people have in their computers.
What is that?
They all
I don't
so
know what the common one is. I
okay.
don't know. I know there's different ones. That's all I really.
So you know the manufacturers, right? You have like AMD, Intel, like they're like the main ones. I mean, there are like a couple
Yes,
others, but they're not so common. So I'm just saying like the common ones cuz like what's the point in mentioning all the others when like maybe only 2-3% is of them are even being used.
but you
That's why I'm
can't
trying
even
to
answer me what's 2-3% of what. You don't even know the transistors based on their models. You don't even know. So how do you make that prediction? This is what I'm saying. I don't know why it's just not. Why is it so hard to say? Look, this is beyond
because
my
I was
realm. I don't
because
know because I didn't study this, and that's okay.
yeah, but you made this the same point earlier when you were saying how with Lloyd how he likes to you want just like the basic idea, right? The simple structure, and then he, brings in other stuff like the grid and whatnot, like that, because it causes like some confusion, right? I'm basically trying to do the opposite of that, where I'm just trying to
If you want to talk about silicon-based transistors, if you want to talk about CPUs and the transistors that they use, I at least would like to know which transistor you're talking about. I can't just say transistors because that's a global statement that, again, I'm sorry, Lloyd, but you tried that bullshit with me earlier saying, didn't I say aren't they all transistors? There's a bunch of them. You can't just say a blanket statement and expect that to cover the whole spectrum. It doesn't. It doesn't.
yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry, but it doesn't. I'm not making the rules up. But again, if there's a reason why when you came up here talking Chat GPT, I did not challenge you not one time because I know I don't know Chat GPT the way you do. I know I don't know DeepSeek and all that other stuff the way you do. I don't challenge that because I don't have the knowledge to, and I accept that. I'm not here to just push buttons and say, "Hey, look, I'm better than you." No, I know there's spaces I can't operate the way I do in this one. I cannot operate when you're talking software that deeply, when you're talking robotics that deeply. I can't. And I'm not going to pretend to. But the same flip side of that, the flip side of that is I don't expect people to walk into my world and not speak the language, but try to explain things on their level. Well, like, wait a minute, but you don't have the understanding. So how am I being ignored?
well,
I'm just offering you the 20 years I spent in this. Here you go. I'm not selling it. Here you go. But again, don't listen to me. Go look it up on the internet. Find out. Read a book. Read a science book. Read up on it. And if you find something that I don't know, I'm listening. I am all ears
well,
when I hear something I
the
don't know.
the the basic crux of the point I was trying to make before I was getting into the transistor part was that the basic functionality of a CPU heavily relies on the frequency that it's running at, right? And on the
Clock speed,
basic
you mean?
level, yeah, the clock speed, exactly. The frequency. That's why when you say
Clock
how
speed.
fast
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
CPU is going, you say uh 5.6 gigahertz
There's
or
a physical limitation to switching these devices. Yes.
yeah. But the point that I was trying to get at is that the actual frequency that you're running the CPU determines how much performance you get out of it, and
Wait,
among other things. And so
say that
as you
again.
so the frequency that you're running the CPU at can change how much performance you get out of it. So the faster you
Depending
run
on the
it, the
chip.
no, all chips work like this, all CPUs, unless
Well,
it's
I'm
like
talking about performance.
capped.
You're talking about performance level. They're not all made the same.
Well, yeah. Obviously, they're not all the same, but I'm saying that at the basic level, the faster you run the chip, the more performance you get out of it. And so the more performance you get out of it, and the faster you run it, the hotter it will get. And because at the base level, it's essentially the transistors that underpin how it's working, then you can sort of cross examine the similar function between that and any other transistor. That's what I was trying to get at essentially, because when you run a MOSFET at peak range, whether that's from the source to the drain, or or whether you're switching it off and on really fast, when you do that, it gets really hot, right? And if you put it past its peak, or you put it at its peak for too long, it eventually it can't sustain that operation forever. So it
Peak
does
what?
wear out, or it blows up.
Peak what?
Hmm? Peak
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 what?
operation, or peak efficiency, however you want to put it.
It's
What
not
I meant by
efficiency.
that was
That was my
I
point. It wasn't efficiency. It's actually reaching its physical limitation because, again, because it's acting as a variable resistor, or when you turn it on and off, that channel has resistance, regardless of whether you want to believe it or not. When you turn that thing on, that channel has resistance. And turning it on and off, you're moving electrons in and out, in and out, in and out. It heats up. It heats up.
Yeah,
And
yes,
at
but
some
what?
point, you can either burn it through a very high frequency because it can't handle that fast of switching. That depends on
Yeah,
the doping levels of the
yes, and that's
semiconductor. But
that
also, it
was the point that
depends
I
on
was
the
trying to
current
make.
going through it.
Yes, 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 exactly. That's the point that I was trying to make. You just said it. If you're running it too fast, right, then it'll overheat and it'll blow up or whatever. And then it's also, the amps or the voltage that you're putting through it or getting out of it, right, that determines the peak efficiency. And that's what I was trying to that was the point that I was trying to make.
I didn't understand
You
that last statement. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you were just saying how if you switch it on and off too fast, all that energy built over time will cause it to blow up, right?
Well, you're agitating charge carriers. Of
If
course, it's
you're
going to heat up.
Yeah, if you're
That's
running
how
it too
that's how
much.
a microwave works.
Yeah,
You're
yeah, yeah.
agitating molecules. That's a
Yeah,
physical
so
issue.
that's what I was trying to say, is that you just brought up without the point that I was trying to make. I didn't say that it wasn't just the the drain that you're putting on the MOSFET. I was saying that it's both that and it's the frequency you're running at. These two are very important because the MOSFET doesn't work without you switching it on and off. Otherwise, why would you use a MOSFET in the first place?
Again, I don't know is there a question in there, or is there like an understanding or a landing?
It's a little bit rhetorical, but I was just stating, well, if you're not switching the MOSFET on and off, if you're not changing its frequency, then why would you use the MOSFET? Because that's the whole point of a switch, right? You're able to turn it off and on to do things.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why I was trying. That was my point. It's not just it's both. It's not just the source and the drain, but it's also the frequency that you're running the MOSFET at. But when you were mentioning that earlier, you didn't even bring that up until after I was
Because
trying to.
now you're talking some level of RF. Once you start talking frequency, that's a different. We're not talking
Yeah,
DC anymore. So when you're talking about turning on and off a channel, there is no current without a drain bias. We got that part, right? So you can
yeah,
flip that
yeah,
thing on and off all day. No, there's no current. It's not operating. It's not doing anything but turning the channel on and off. It doesn't. There's nothing else to do. Now you can burn it up just by flipping that gate too fast. Yes, yes,
yeah.
that's a physical limitation.
And
But
that's
once you
that's
start
what I
talking the
was trying to
current
say.
and current
Yeah, that's what I
draw
was.
and pulse current doesn't mean shit. Pulse current doesn't mean shit.
I have to disagree because that's
Pulse
how
because
CPUs operate.
he's using it, and I'm going to say he, you know who we're talking about, as pulse current out. That current is just pulsing in and out of the device. It's not leaving. So again, it doesn't mean anything. You're turning it on and off, okay, and you're turning that current from drain to source on and off. Okay, what you're not going to get any power out of it unless you put power into it. Now, voltage on the gate is not power in. Voltage on the gate, switching on and off, that is not power in.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever said that. But it's
Well, yeah, they did. Not you, but yeah, they did.
you mean what you
I'm just,
talking about, Lloyd? No,
yeah,
I don't even
yeah.
think
I don't want to keep
he
saying his
said.
name, but definitely he's part of the conversation because this is where a lot of misconceptions come from.
I don't ever recall him saying that. I think even he said it's not coming from the gate.
So again, when pulse current, he acts as if you can use this current external to the device. The current is for the device. That's what the current is for. The amplification is a whole nother thing. I don't even want to get into that. But turning it on and off, I mean, there's physical limitations to it. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. And any kind of back EMF you get from just a MOSFET, nowhere near what you're talking about when you're talking about adding a coil. That's where back EMF actually is from, is when an inductance. It's a back EMF from the inductance on the FET, not just the FET. The switching does not generate current. It just turns the channel on and off.
Yeah,
It's
and this is why I was mentioning earlier, because I kind of caught you a little bit there, because you remember how earlier we were talking about the distinction between the electric field and the magnetic field, right? And I think this is where the confusion starts coming in. That, yeah, I agree. It's not coming from the gate. It's not coming from the drain necessarily, but it's the field. It's all about the field. It's the field effect, essentially. But
yeah, there's a capacitance at the gate. That's built
yeah,
into it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I think the problem is until we can kind of figure out how we can, like, sit down and understand how all these things work together. Because I think I agree with how you're saying, like, you sometimes you can't leave stuff out. You get confused, but sometimes you also can't add too much, because then you also get confused. I feel like there's a there's a sort of like range of information that you need to give into a certain context of a conversation in order to get to the actual point that you want to make, because otherwise you're just going to keep going in circles. But I think I
And
see the
don't have the conversation so in depth because some people can go there.
yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
if like, and this doesn't just mean you, but in general, if the conversation goes beyond someone's level of knowledge, it's up to them to know that. They have to know that. It's not supposed to be my job to tell you, nah, this is not your wheelhouse. Like, you should know this. But because sometimes arrogance get in there, and then okay, I can talk with the best of them. Well, I can say that personally because I know sometimes when I'm speaking, it
Well,
is too in depth, and I
frankly,
try to back it off because I know not everybody's done what I've done, and I don't
frank,
expect them to. But
frank,
don't walk in the
frankly,
building and try and change the words, change the definitions just to conform to your level of understanding. That's not how science works.
yeah, I don't think anyone's doing that genuinely, but
Lloyd is
I
doing
think
that all day.
I don't think he is. I think you're just assuming that, to be honest. But
Lloyd is doing that every time he speaks. I gotta hop off, but what I want you to do, and I don't even do this for like any channel reviews or anything like that. Look at my shorts if you haven't seen them. It's a poke at Lloyd and his language because it's funny when you replay it and you're listening. Like, did he just say that? It's hilarious to watch because it's a
uh,
clear indication he is so far out of his realm he can't even admit when he doesn't know. He will get up here and answer questions from the chat as if he has these answers, but it's gibberish to most people who know the space.
uh,
Gibberish. I
I
guarantee
don't
you, Tech Nine is laughing his ass off when he hears some of the stuff that Lloyd says.
I don't bother with my Tom poking fun, but I get what you're saying. Sometimes he does incorrectly misspeak, but I don't get the point. There's no point in making a big deal out of that. You know what he's trying to say, so you don't have to really.
No, he
That's
doesn't know what he's trying to say.
well, I think you're just saying that. Like, I can
He
understand what
doesn't
he's trying to
know.
say.
What am I supposed to say other than what I've been seeing?
I don't
He
know.
doesn't know how to measure his own devices. He doesn't know how to even report back with the right information, even when you give him a roadmap to do it. He doesn't do it. Then you give him the mathematics. He doesn't calculate it. He goes
Well,
straight to Chat
to
GPT. Dude, I'm
to be
trying to give you something that's bigger than what you're doing right now.
to
You
be
think
fair,
you are trying to figure something out. I'm giving you what's already known as it's part of the growth in the
well, to be
technology.
to be fair, it goes both ways, because when he tried to get you to do his experiment, you didn't do it correctly either.
Wait, wait,
You
wait,
you
wait,
said,
wait, 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 wait. I did do his experiments.
yeah.
Here's how I do it. Scientific method. I'm a designer by trade. I do nothing with hardware first. Nothing.
You
I
do the
do
math.
everything in mathematical models and CAD. That's where you do it first. Because if you blow something up in CAD, no harm, no foul, you
You could
just fix
try
it.
again. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's why
I
you never do it in hardware first. If you're
yeah, I
trying to figure something out, you never do it in hardware first if you're going to damage shit. So I
yeah.
did it models, I did it mathematically, I did hand calculations. No chat GPT, zero. Hand
I
calculations down to the damn amp. And I got rejected. So I
I
don't know what else he wants.
I get that, but I think that's why you probably didn't get results. Not because the software is faulty or something, but they're because I use these programs too. I use Fusion 360 and I use a couple simulators. I'm trying to get into what's it called? ComSol, because what I'm using is relying on um some things that CAD just can't model. So I need to use a different application for that. And I'm trying to build my own simulations as well. But yeah, I see what you're trying to say, because like I do similar things too. Like I try to run simulations and do some basic math before I
Yes.
actually try doing the output. But there's always going to be a limit somewhere, and there's some things that some of these applications
You
just can't
definitely operate on the
can't
fence.
do.
Everything you say is the caveat too. Like I'm not saying it's not as
Mm,
important, but
mm.
sometimes it's not as
Well,
important. Sometimes.
yeah, that's because I like to stay objective as I can on things. And I also like seeing both sides of a situation to try to get to a solution, because not everyone has the answer for every
No.
solution that I'm trying to get. So
Hey,
yeah, but
respectfully, I gotta hop off. It's been fun. I gotta do some family stuff now. Yeah, everybody enjoy your weekend. I'll probably catch you on the next one. I don't know, Chris, when are you gonna go live again? Can't
Maybe
hear
next.
you,
he's
brother.
I'm not
uh,
sure. Maybe next week, Wednesday, Friday, or this Sunday. I'll see. But I think Wednesday is better. Or what do you think?
Whatever, whatever. I mean, if I can join, I'll join. If not, I'll let you know in the chat. But I'm
all
gotta
right.
do family
Maybe
stuff.
next time we
Yeah,
could talk about you can join and we could talk about robots too.
why not? And you know what? I'm probably going to be listening 90% of that. So I'm
Mm,
just saying.
mm.
I'm willing to accept my limitations, and my knowledge is not across the board. It's limited, but it's very, very specific. So and I look, I don't have any ill will towards you, Supersonic, even though you tried to cut me a couple times in the chat. But I know your love for Lloyd is strong. But I gotta destroy the guy because he's trying to, defame my avatar, man. This is not cool, man. So,
Are
but
you
anyway,
in VR right now?
I'm sorry.
Are you in VR?
No, this is just software based
Oh,
responding off my
because it
voice.
looks like a meta avatar.
No, see, this is actually discontinued. You can't even find this software now.
Mm-hmm.
Once
Yeah.
it was released, it was immediately pulled. So I think a company probably bought it and
Mm.
revamped it. But anyway, yeah, yeah, yeah. So this is only responding off my voice. It doesn't know. There's no camera.
I see.
Yeah, it's just voice activated, and it knows when I'm laughing or something. But yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next one, and I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, I will
All right.
email you in advance in case.
Okay. All
Uh,
right. See ya.
Hmm.
I
I
guess
I expected more shouting, but I think he only does that with Lloyd.
I
He
don't know.
only does that.
Nowadays, it doesn't actually shout nowadays. He said it's cool.
Mm. Yeah.
Last time he did it, people complained a lot, so he said that he.
Yeah, because he really last that first time you joined it threw the whole stream off rails. Because I remember Lloyd was gonna show some other stuff, but he never could.
Yeah, that day Lloyd got pissed off. He looked mad, but yeah, but I was usually some people come on like I've seen the last video. They say that why do you have this person? I think people want somebody who is supporting always what they're saying, but I was saying that it's good also to take criticism if you have somebody who
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
yeah it's,
he was saying I was fence sitting, but what I'm doing, I'm not really fence sitting. I listen, but I also try to understand both sides. Even if I don't necessarily agree. I think, frankly, that they both aren't seeing, like, neither of them are seeing the whole picture because Lloyd doesn't always explain everything exactly, and then I think with IDs he gets so caught up in the details. I think he doesn't realize certain obvious things that are like there among like everyday things that even he probably uses. Um, so yeah, it's kind of like just like a middle ground that they're missing somewhere. It's kind of like how I'm looking back to the chat and I see like scam chan was saying metal skeleton isn't a muscle. And it's kind of like that. Like I never said that a metal skeleton is a muscle. I
no
actually never explained how
no
it would work actually.
no that one was a conversation you were having with him. It's not what
Oh,
you
oh,
yeah.
oh, it was having it with someone else. Yeah, I
Yeah.
never explained how. I just explained how I was working on
But
artificial.
your robot like I don't how Scamchan was explaining, is it more like an Iron Man suit or
It's not a suit, not yet.
I
I'm
thought,
thinking about
I
maybe
thought it
making
would
it in
be the robot of Clone Robotics, the one which has artificial muscles.
clone. Yeah, 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 yeah. It okay. So the muscles that I'm working on is kind of like that, but I'm actually structuring it a little bit differently. So what they're doing is, I believe they're using some kind of polymer, like a nylon or something like that,
And
and
silicon.
they coil them
Mm.
into individual like fibers. And I like to call this a super coil. Actually, I got that idea from, I don't know if you've ever seen this guy on YouTube. His name is Robert Murray Smith.
No, no.
Yeah, he's a really, I've been watching him for years. He's a like a British guy. He makes a video almost every day, and he's actually given like done a lot of interesting videos. I remember when I first started watching him, he was working on his own ink based graphene type batteries
Yeah.
that worked. Yeah, and he was showing like how you could make this on your own and stuff. But he does like a bunch of different types of videos now, like 3D printing videos and stuff like that. But like several years ago, I remember I was watching this one video that he did. Um, he was showing how you could basically turn any simple fishing line into a artificial muscle by essentially coiling it onto itself, which is what I believe how the clones muscle are designed similarly, but there's a limitation in that, to where the problem is that the coil itself is really strong, but you need some kind of mechanism to actuate the coil. So the one way you can do this is through conductive polymers.
Yeah.
um I think a common one is P dot that people like to use. I believe Dr. Ellie mentioned that last time when he was talking about the neural systems and stuff like that. There's a bunch of other ones as well. But the problem with conducting polymers is that I think they have it depends on how you're using it, but they have a slow activation time, and they wear out over time too. But I believe I figured out a way that I could combine the muscles with a electrocoating process. So you dip the dip the coils inside of a bath that will coat it inside of like some kind of electrically conductive metal, like copper or something like that. And when you run a current through it, it'll actuate like a muscle does. But there's other functions on top of that, like it's different layers that are stacked on top of each other for my muscle design that I'm trying to make, where you take several rows of these fibers and you collect them into a single layer that's fused into a mesh, like a nylon mesh or something. And the mesh on the ends are conducted with a magnetically attractable metal, like iron or something like that. And
Yeah.
then the actual fibers themselves are coated in copper or some kind of like combination of metals, like an alloy. And then when you actuate the fibers, they contract. And when you pull against the mesh part with some kind of linear actuator that's like a magnet base,
Yeah.
it'll expand it back out again. And you
So
can programmatically control this.
is it first Metatron is saying that his wife died. The guy of the YouTuber was saying. Anyways, is it like something you've already experimented with the muscles? Because earlier on you say that you are doing the exoskeleton first.
I'm in the process of getting ready to coat my first batch of fibers. I have
Is it
tons of fibers that, huh?
is it something that you can be able to show now,
Show on
so
the
that you,
stream.
so that you make Tech Knight to Tech Knight to be scared of you? You know, he's saying that. I don't know if you saw this comment from Tech Nine.
I'll I could show when I get my first when I make the first layer and actually show it actuating.
I mean the
W-
of the exoskeleton. Or you saying that you
Oh,
have to?
I'm still working on building that. I'm working on a bunch of things at the same time. I'm working on the muscles and then the frame, which the frame design I'm close to actually starting to fabricate because I have a 3D printer, right? So once I finish designing the parts, I'm
You're
gonna
still working, is it? You're still working on. You're still drawing it. I mean, designing it, and you said you're using.
yeah, I'm still designing and building. Yeah, yeah. But I'm furthest along with the muscles actually, which is kind of funny because just maybe a few years ago, I didn't really have much progress on this because I didn't know how I would actually get the fibers to work. I was researching for years on how it
Yeah,
would do it. I originally thought that it would be conducting polymers, but then as I started learning more about how they work, and I found out about their limitations, I knew I had to figure out something else. But then I realized I had looked back to something that I knew about for years already, which was the electrocoating or electroplating. People call it different things, but it's essentially like a bath with the metal ions inside of it, and you basically have the metals that you want to deposit onto your surface, and then you run a current through the materials into the bath, and then it attracts the uh metal or whatever material you're using to that surface, and then it you have to also prepare it with some kind of primers too beforehand, the actual object that you want to coat, and,
yeah.
and then it attracts the ions to the surface of the substrate, and then it over time it hardens, and yeah, it becomes essentially like a fusion of whatever the original part was and the metal as well. But
Then it can be
I,
able to contract like a muscle.
hmm?
Then it can be able to contract like a muscle. Like
Yeah, yeah. I
have you have you tried any, or is it more like have you tried any, or it's more like just like hypothesis, or you think
I
it might
I
tried any?
I know it works. I just don't know how well it will work because you can actually anyone can do this. Um, get some like nylon string or fishing line. I'd recommend maybe getting it about 0.8 millimeter or 1 millimeter. You take a drill. You'll need something to hold the line down, so like a vise or something, a bench vise. And then you take the drill, and then you coil the wire. You put some tension on the line, and then you coil the wire a little bit so you get some tension on the ends. And then you allow the first coil to build another coil on top of it, and then you tighten it back, and then you keep spinning the drill, rotating it really fast until the whole thing becomes a one big coil. And then what you can do from there is the next step, which I actually didn't learn about this until just several months ago, but the next step is you heat it. So normally if you just try to do anything with this coil, like pull it apart or use something to stretch it out, it will unwind on itself if it's encountering too much force. But if you heat it, it resets it into that shape that you put it into. So what you do is you heat it two times. You set it with heat and its idle state when it's fully contracted, and then you expand it a little bit to the maximum you can get it to without it unwinding, and then you heat it there. And then from that point, it'll keep it from unwinding when you put a lot of stress onto it. It will still unwind eventually if you put way too much stress, but a singular fiber will be way stronger with this method. But also, when you do this, it does start to contract itself when you just um, introduce heat to it. It'll actually contract. But if you put too much heat, the material will break down and it'll start to melt and tear apart. So you have to use just enough amount of heat to get it to set into the state you want. It's more of like trial and error because each material, it depends on the thickness and stuff, it'll be a little different. So you just gotta test to see how well it will work. But what I did is with my 3D printer, I built a frame.
Mm,
So what it does is it's really simple. It's actually maybe I'll show it when I actually get the full muscle built, but it holds a set number of these fibers straight exactly how I want for them to be, so that when I go to put them inside of the bath, the whole surface area of the coil will get exposed and coated um evenly. Because if you don't do it like that, all of the material will build up on the coil and it'll lose its flexibility. It'll keep it from stretching. It won't be so much of a muscle anymore. So I built the frame so that I can stretch the fibers to just the right lengths that I need to uh, set them with heat in both phases, and then coat them when I need to prime them and then put them inside of the bath. So now I'm at the stage where I'm pretty much ready. I have all the materials to do it. So now the only thing I have to do is just get it primed, which not that hard. I could do that in maybe like 10 minutes, and then prime it up and dip it inside of the bath, and then once it gets coated inside the bath, take it out. And for this, since it's such a small surface area, it only maybe takes about a minute to fully coat it because it has to be like nano scale. Because when you're coating it, the particles that are coming onto the surface they're nanoscale, but they build up over time. So there's a formula that you can use that I actually got it from a guy called Alex Lab. He's actually really cool. I don't know if you've heard him before. He he's essentially built his own Iron Man suit. I kid you not. He has he has the whole, he uses very similar process too, but he has armor plates. He has his own exoskeleton system that's powered by like a hydrogen, what do they call it? It's like a hydrogen cell or something,
mm,
and it powers his muscles and it powers other functions on his suit. And he also has the little repulsar gauntlet that actually shoots like, I think it shoots like compressed air or something. But it's really cool. You can check his channel out. But he gives a guide on how to do some of his stuff. And he actually, from some of his research, he has a whole guide on how you can do electroplating on your own. It has formulas and materials you can use and everything. And that's where I got some of my process to do this from, is from him. It helps a lot actually getting to do this, because it's actually pretty easy to do electroplating. Most of the materials you can find at your house or at a store, or just buy it online and do this stuff. And you can do this for anything. You can coat like silverware or jewelry or armor, or whatever you think could benefit being coated with metal. But yeah, the yeah, I'm really close to getting something that I can actually work and test test with. So when I get the at least part, maybe when I get to the first layer of it, I can show it actuating and stuff, and how much force it could create. Because I believe that if I if I can stack a bunch of these layers into a single cell, so the actual muscle won't be just like an individual fiber like what clone is doing. It'll actually be a unit, like how the muscles in the human body is. They're not like, it's not each individual fiber working on its own, is they're all working together in groups. So what I figured out is that maybe I can try to replicate that with the slightly better system by layering the fibers together, and then using some other techniques to make the muscle a little bit stronger than it would be just as a nylon or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then when they're all together in a single cell, they'd probably, I've done a little bit of math, but I actually have to go back and recalculate some things, because I, over the past several months, I've actually changed certain aspects of the project. I was going to use different materials and such, so I have to recalculate some things. But I believe theoretically it could probably, like a single muscle cell could probably outperform an entire human muscle, like on its own, like just one cell.
That would be amazing.
So
Incredible.
yeah, that's what I'm doing. I could probably get the whole cell made maybe in a few months, but because I'm working on so many things at once, it might be longer than that. Which is kind of why actually going back to AI, the AI stuff. The AI is so important because I did not get a chance to talk about agents. I think we sort of talked about it, but I actually didn't get into the details on agents. But with agents, you could do so much. Like, people who don't know like what you can do now. Have you heard of Manus?
You know.
Manus. What Manus is, I have access to it. It's a private beta platform right now, so you can only get into it unless they invite you in. Anyone can sign up for it, but it took maybe a month to get in. So if you sign up, you could probably get into it. But essentially, what it is, it's an agentic framework that you give it a task, and it will basically figure out how to do that task on its own over a long period of time. So we're talking not just minutes, but even hours. It'll just keep doing the thing, and it'll figure out how to do it until it actually gets the task finished. And if it needs other things from you, you can keep putting in information into it, and it'll use that information to help better complete that task to the end. But it'll just keep doing. And it's meant specifically um more for like research, or things that require knowledge, like information that you want to build up. But you can also use it to program things, build applications and such. I've seen people build games with it. They'll be like, I want you to build me a lot of them are kind of simple, but I've seen some
Yeah.
more complex ones. Um,
I
you'd be
think
like, I want you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd seen one called Lovable, which I think
Lovable.
it's more the same. I've been seeing its adverts coming a lot on my videos. I clicked on it once, so it comes a lot. But Lovable, I think it does almost something similar to what you're saying, but you have to pay
Ye-
for it.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There is one that is free called GenSpark AI.
Uh,
It is better than Manus at some things, like making reports and doing research and stuff like that. But there's some things that it can't do that I've seen Manus actually do. So it's like you really, with a lot of these things, you have to use a bunch of them because some of them are good at some things and some of them are good at other things. Um, but yeah, with agents, you can have it just do anything really complex, and you while you're doing something else in the background, or maybe you just don't have time to do what you're asking it to do, it'll just do it for you. And even if the result isn't as good as you wanted initially, you could just work with it and sort of be like the conductor trying to get it to where you want. And that's kind of how you should be using AI anyway. You shouldn't be
yeah.
using it and expecting to get the right result all the time.
I'd seen
But
there's the one for I usually use 11 Labs. So
ooh, 11
they have
Labs is text to speech. I think
so
they have some kind of agent though.
they have an agent where you can. They're saying that people can. Although I don't know how to go about it, but you can, if you have a website or you can get somebody with a website and you put in the data. It's called caller agent. You put in the data
Yeah.
that the company does, what it sells, and all that. So if a person calls the number, maybe you don't have anybody to receive the call, the agent can receive and have just a normal communication with them. Like, what do you want? How can I help you? I want this. That it can even place an order and all that. They call
E-
it caller
Caller
agent,
agent. Yeah, I think I've
but,
seen that.
but you
I,
have
I
to.
haven't I haven't used 11 Labs in a while because I haven't really had a reason to use text to speech, but it's really good. It's one of the best text to speech out there. Actually, I help do fine tuning for 11 Labs through my company that I do like contract work for.
Uh,
Yeah, so we basically have huge library of clips that we have to look through, and we sort of annotate what the clips are, what's going on in the clips, and then they use this to improve their models basically. Yeah.
yeah. Also, you are working on the team which. But I think which was working on 11 labs. I don't know when we can do maybe another one. We can plan. I'd see if we can do maybe on Wednesday. But
Mm.
I'll tell you in advance and I'll get in touch with Josiah to reach out to you. Right now I'm feeling like my eyes are about to close. it, it's
uh
about it's 4:30 a.m. So
oh yeah, it's like
yeah.
9:30 here.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling like sleepy like crazy. But I think I see if we can do maybe on Wednesday. If not Wednesday, maybe Friday. But
Okay, okay, yeah.
I have your email, I'll tell you in advance. And I tried to get Josiah wanted to come back now. Or I tried to email him tomorrow and also tell him to get in touch with you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look for the email. I might have to look through my spam because his message his
Hmm.
message might have gone through the spam folder, but
I think
yeah, I didn't
the
see it.
he had made a mistake with your email. Then I told him to, your email also that you shared. You said it's more like private, that you don't. There's a way you, but anyways,
Oh,
it was different. Like, so he made a mistake with it, and he did a screenshot, showed me that he had emailed you, but I told him that email is wrong. Use it. I mean, the email, the way he had typed it, it was wrong. So
It
I
was
don't know if he made the correction or not. That's why. But I told him to correct the right one. I don't know if he made the correction or not because you should have received it by now. But I try to contact him tomorrow. Like once I wake up, I talk with him.
mm. So he
Then
might come on next week.
yeah, yeah, I think he'll be okay with. There's a time he was okay with now, but I wasn't around at travel. So, but
Yeah,
he really
I
wanted to come. Yeah,
to come. Yeah, I wanted to test his paper actually both doing a physical experiment and using AI because you remember how I mentioned before I was using Gemini 2.5 Pro to build a circuit simulation.
yeah,
Yeah. So I actually had started working on that. I think it was the day before we had that stream. And I was
uh,
like, wow, this would be a good time to actually use this paper to basically make some kind of physically accurate 3D simulation that visualizes what's actually happening. So it's more clear how MOSFETs work, how the electrons are flowing in the circuit to all the components and such. I have like a basic um I could show it next time maybe when I'm on my desktop, but I have like a basic simulation. I have all the components set up. I have like a little animation that shows how the energy is flowing, but it's not quite accurate yet because I don't have it's not really a simulator yet. It's more of just like a 3D model, if you know what I'm trying to say.
yeah,
Yeah. But what I was going to do is I was going to build out a full simulation around that and maybe turn it into a full circuit program because there's not anything out there that I can think of that does circuits like this. There is what's it called? I know Dr. Ellie mentioned it last time. What's it called? I've used it before. I'm trying to think of the name. Ah, I can't remember the name. I think I have it on my computer. I'll have to look it up. But I've used it before, like back when I was still in robotics
mm,
in college, and it's good, but it has its limitations. And even I believe Dr. Ellie said it has limitations too. There's some things it can't do. So
yeah.
yeah,
I think yeah, I think but if you work it out with Dr. Elio, you can come up with something. I mean, you
oh,
can be able to do
LT
the.
Spice. That's what it's called. LT Spice.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I said. So and I have the paper, but the issue is Josiah himself wanted to share it himself, and he also wanted to share with you the parameters
Mm,
because the parameters and all that they're not in the paper. Like he wanted to share the parameters and what you consider. So he wanted to like have a direct communication with you first.
I yeah, I see.
But I'll try to set it up tomorrow. I think by tomorrow, if I get in touch with him, then by tomorrow he might send it to you. Then we will plan it next week. But for now, let me go.
Okay,
let, me,
yeah.
let me go sleep before. Yes, Scamchan. I think Scamchan is saying my eyes, saying that I can nap out. But yeah, I'll get in touch with you maybe tomorrow once I have communicated with him.
Okay, yeah. Let's do that. I'll let you go.
Okay. Okay,
Okay.
and thanks a lot for being around. Also, thanks to everyone who was around, like Scamchan, PRO, Network, and all of you guys. So, see you next week. Maybe next week, Wednesday or Friday.
All
And
right.
yeah,
I'll
thanks
see
a lot.
about getting on maybe next time. I'm not sure because I might be in this actual stream, but I right now I'm working in the 11 Labs project, so it's like it's like a time limit to certain things. So yeah.
Uh, it's okay. No, don't, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Today you tried. I wasn't even today. I knew that you're not going to come in, but you did. So it's
Mm.
okay. And if I get the guy Josiah, then I'm sure you will listen to maybe what you'll be talking about and all that.
Okay. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
but
Well, I'm going.
I'll try to get him to reach out to you maybe tomorrow if it will be possible.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay, have a good
Okay.
night.
All right. You too. Bye.
And okay, bye. Nebs, bye bye, man. I'm going and see you another time. And broadcast, yes.